Please do follow MUI on social media for all updates. Scan codes have been kept on each table. Please scan to follow. Also, please pass on to all your colleagues at sea for them to become MUI members so that MUI can support and help them during their need. For those who have just joined us, welcome. Due to some urgent commitment, our chief guest, Mr. SHYAM JAGANNATHAN, IAS Director General of Shipping, cannot attend today. However, we are proud to have the company of Captain Manish Kumar, Deputy Director General of Shipping. Without further ado, let us welcome Captain Manish Kumar, Deputy Director General of Shipping. Our guests of honor, Mrs. H.K. Joshi, former CMD SCI, and Mr. Deepak Shetty, Senior Advisor, Maritime Anti-Corruption Network, India. I also extend a warm welcome to Captain Tushar Pradhan, General Secretary, the Maritime Union of India, and Ms. Saleha Sheikh, the founder and head coordinator of the MUI Women's Wing. Ms. Sheikh has been a driving force behind the MUI Women's Wing since its inception in 2017. And since may I also request Ms. Miko Brown, ITF, Captain Manish Kumar, Captain Rajesh Tandon, CEO FOSMA, Mr. S.M. Rai, former Chairman IMEI and Industry Mentor, Captain Shiv Halbe, CEO of MASA, to light the lamp.
मिलेगा मिलेगा
या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्करप्रभृतिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा।
with a beautiful quote of the employer. May we have the video, please? address with a beautiful quote that may resonate with most of you. हमारे सभी सपने पूरे हो सकते हैं अगर हम में उनका पीछा करने की साहस हो. The MUI Women's Wing was a dream that I envisioned in the year 2008. As a seafarer's wife, I wanted to set up a support system for seafarers and their families, where we could discuss our problems, help and guide each other. With this vision, I approached the then General Secretary, Mr. Shamshad Khan, who liked the idea but did not find it important enough to be implemented. After waiting for around 9 odd years, I again approached MUI and met the then General Secretary, Mr. Amar Singh Thakur, who found value in my proposition, and finally my vision materialized. In 2017, the MUI Women's Wing was launched. Today, I stand tall in the presence of our respected General Secretary Captain Tushar Pradhan, proud of the fact that the MUI Women's Wing has completed 7 years, and that is no mean feat. If I would have left pursuing my vision in 2008, I wouldn't be standing here in 2024. So do not give up on your dreams, however small or big they may be. Having said this, I would like to add that we started in 2017 with the purpose of welfare of seafarers and their families, particularly focusing on addressing the specific needs and challenges faced by women seafarer members. Our vision to create a robust community support system for seafarers and their families encapsulated in our belief that healthy and happy families equals to happy seafarers. We are also committed to empowering women because we firmly believe that empowered women make an empowered nation. With the growing number of women in the maritime sector, it has become increasingly important to provide a dedicated support system. This includes addressing grievances, health problems, harassment, and gender discrimination. We have initiated several programs under the Women's Wing to support these objectives. Without going into details, I will just mention a few. Since empowering women in maritime is our mission, most of our programs and initiatives are around it. Some of our flagship programs are the Women Welfare Program, where we conduct educational seminars and skill-building workshops, and also the Outstanding Personality of MUI Women's Wing Award, where we felicitate women members for their extraordinary achievements and contributions. Another notable program is a 24/7 helpline for women seafarers called Dignity at Sea, where women seafarers can seek assistance for any problems they may face at sea, including sexual abuse, harassment, discrimination, and also seek counseling and medical advice. The helpline also offers support for depression and mental well-being. I'd like to mention here that we have been receiving a number of complaints related to SASH, which is sexual abuse and sexual harassment, and this is a subject that I feel very strongly about and which needs to be deliberated through constant dialogue and discussions. Today's seminar was formulated to bring to light SASH as well as the various challenges and hurdles that come in the way of women in maritime. While we speak of women in maritime, we don't only mean women seafarers. This includes the numerous women employed ashore in various maritime roles, whether working in ports, logistics, or maritime education. These women are integral to the industry's progress. And therefore, this celebration of 18th May as the IMO's International Day for Women in Maritime means a lot to us. We want to use this opportunity to highlight the inspiring journeys of women in maritime, the struggles and challenges they face, address issues like SASH, and deliberate over resolutions, strategize future trainings, and inclusive policies. It cannot be achieved by a single organization. Rather, it is the responsibility of the entire maritime industry. We need to come together as individuals and organizations. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to our General Secretary, Captain Tushar Pradhan, for his continued support and visionary leadership. I also want to express my gratitude to the trustees of our association and all the dedicated team members. Your commitment to serving the goals of women in maritime has been instrumental in our progress and success. Together, we are making a significant impact and paving the way for a more inclusive and supportive maritime industry. Thank you all for your tireless efforts and dedication. To the audience, I say thank you for being here today and for your ongoing support and dedication. Let us use this event to strengthen our community, share our experiences, and work towards a more inclusive and supportive maritime industry. Welcome once again, and let us embark on this journey together.
Thank you, Salya. I now request Captain Tushar Pradhan, General Secretary, the Maritime Union of India, to welcome our audience.
Namaskar, good morning, esteemed guests on the dais, Captain Manish Kumar, Deputy Director General of Shipping, Madam ex-CMD H.K. Joshi, Dr. Deepak Shetty, the ex-DG, the Women's Wing in charge for MUI, Salia Sheikh. It's my honor and privilege to welcome the distinguished speakers, colleagues, and the future officers as students who have gathered here today. Welcome to the MUI seminar for Women on Maritime. As we gather here today, it is just not another gathering. We are embarking on a journey to shape the future of the industry, ensuring it is more inclusive, diverse, and equitable. The Maritime Union of India has always stood for its seafarers' rights. We have always kept clear objectives to promote welfare, education, professional development for our members. We advocate policies to enhance the maritime profession. We extend these objectives for the vital aspect of our industry's growth, the empowerment of women in maritime. In my recent dialogue with Director General of Shipping, Mr. SHYAM JAGANNATHAN, who due to some unavoidable circumstances could not make it today, but we will be showing you a small video of his which he has forwarded. He emphasized the importance of a zero tolerance culture. And it is just not that a policy on paper, that is not enough. We need to take it further. We have to work together to ensure that these policies are put into daily practices by each company and by each mentors on board or from ashore. The common goal is to see that the objectives of the women in maritime campaigns are fulfilled. It has been decades where MUI has tirelessly been working for the seafarers. We also work for the non-members for the simple reason that they are all seafarers, and for MUI, all seafarers are in our hearts. So we do not distinguish out that whether he is a member or a non-member. We are always there to fight for their rights and make sure that the justice is met. In the maritime world, women have been breaking barriers, navigating uncharted waters with resilience and determination. However, despite this progress, women are still facing a lot of difficulties and challenges in this field. The theme of today's seminar, Empowering Women, Navigating Change, the daughters for the greater theme of the IMO. It reflects our commitment in addressing those challenges head on in a more inclusive environment. The seminar embodies our collective vision of future, where women have equal opportunities to excel in maritime career, whether they are at sea or ashore. The aim is to promote diversity and inclusion, inspire and support, engage and advocate. Overall diversity, it drives innovation and success by fostering creativity. So all these things go together. Diversity, innovation and creativity. Unless we have diverse people, minds on the table, we cannot have growth. We cannot have good ideas. Different ideas come in. And this in turn enhances problem solving. You have people of different culture with different ideas. They come up with different views and we are able to absorb them. We can work together. Improving decision-making process and better serving diverse markets, which are the challenges of today's world. As we move forward, let us remember the journey towards gender equality is just not the numbers and the policies. It is about changing the mindsets, and we have to work in that direction that we can foster a culture of respect and inclusion. Each one has a role to play in this transformation. The seafarers, when they are on board, when they are ashore, the companies, and we have to work for a common goal. In closing remarks, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to all the team members who have tirelessly worked behind the scene to make this event happen. The speakers and participants for making this process. If you look around, you will see it's almost full house. And we have still some more numbers to come in. That shows that the maritime industry has passion and they are truly inspiring, and that is why you all have gathered today. It is your platform and I want this to be a successful platform. Let us usher in this new era for women in maritime, one where diversity is celebrated and everyone has the opportunity to thrive. Together, we can navigate tougher times and with more inclusive future. Thank you, everyone. Welcome to MUI seminar, and the floor is open to you all now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Captain Pradhan, for your inspirational words and your support to the seafarers always. I request our guest of honor, Mrs. H.K. Joshi, former CMD SCI, to address and motivate our audience with her inspirational words.
Thank you, Paru. Chief guest of today's event, in absentia of Director General of Shipping, Captain Manish Kumar, Deputy Director General of Shipping, former Director General of Shipping, Deepak Shetty ji, and also the Senior Advisor of MECN, Captain Tushar Pradhan ji, General Secretary of MUI, and of course Saleha Sheikh, Founder and Head Coordinator of MUI Women's Wing, and all the dignitaries in the audience, cadets especially, and my dear friends. It's indeed a pleasure for me to be here standing and seeing a full house, as Captain Pradhan just mentioned. Let me be candid enough to admit, Captain Pradhan, that this is the first time that I see a morning session house full for a women's event. And I think that also Captain Pradhan, that speaks volumes about the strength of the union and your leadership. And I think we need more people like Captain Pradhan to bring this mass movement of ensuring that the participation increases. So while I would say that May has been a month of celebration for women in maritime, because we've had multiple events and sometimes the question arises, why do we need to have these events within a small industry repeatedly by different organizations? But I think that's very essential, because I would just go back and think about my school days when we went to school and we learned a lesson. By the time we came home, we had almost forgotten 75% of it. So I think until and unless we see that change in the industry, that repeated drumming and uh, repeated conferences become essential, so that we can drive in that message, bring in that change. So bear with us for these repetitive conferences on women and maritime. You can bring in the change and ensure these conferences stop. Uh, we've also been talking about having fresh faces in the industry. There are a lot of budding women seafarers, as well as there are a lot of other capable women in the industry, and it becomes very essential to showcase these fresh faces. And you would see in today's agenda, you would see a lot of them, because I don't think it's only Mrs. Joshi who really made waves in the industry. Any woman who has dared herself, braved all opposition, and entered this difficult industry is itself a big achievement, and every single woman in maritime needs to be appreciated, acknowledged, and celebrated. So while I talk of bringing fresh faces onto the stage, I would also say it is equally important, if we want to spread this word and bring in the change, that we also have change in the audience. If it's the same set of people that we keep addressing, the change will not come about. And I'm very happy to see this was something which I had been actually longing to see, the women cadets over there. But I would say we should also have the male cadets for such conferences, because the education and the sensitization starts right at the level of the training itself. We cannot solve the problems while they are sailing if they have not had that sensitization while they've been under training. So this is a very welcome change. One more suggestion, Captain Pradhan, that when we talk of all the issues that women seafarers face when they are sailing, then I think it's very important that we have sailing men seafarers in the audience. Every conference that I've attended, I've seen we've had seafarers, but who've now got absorbed into shore. So they are no longer sailing and facing those issues. I think it's very important to start having them in these conferences, so that we can send that message out to the seas and the ocean in a direct manner. I also feel Captain Pradhan has touched upon it, Saleha has also touched upon it, that when we talk about women in maritime, invariably the discussion starts going towards women seafarers. Whereas women seafarers today constitute a very small percentage of the women in maritime community, and consequently that the issues which are there would also be a very small percentage of the issues that women generally face. If we look at the statistics of Me Too, when actually started in the West, the issues are there ashore as well. So it's not only that the women out at sea face these problems, there are plenty of biases and prejudices which women face even ashore, and we should be bringing more of that. We are generally in these conferences only addressing the issues of women seafarers. So I think I say that also from the fact that we are getting into So after all the investment that we've done in these women seafarers, educated them, brought them a lot of confidence and courage, eventually they are the ones who are going to come ashore. So you have to start planning about the women in maritime ashore as seafarers. When eventually they finish their seafaring career, will the industry be ready to absorb all of them ashore? While we are making a big agenda of increasing the women seafarers, I am thinking, and I think that's my habit, I've always been a visionary who tries to see beyond. So I'm saying, what after 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, would the industry be ready and equipped with those many jobs to be able to absorb these women when they come ashore? So that's very important. The industry needs to think and plan about that. And my last point is that MUI and the Women's Wing has been primarily taking care of the women seafarers, and I think that is the message I want to give today. That when we talk of maritime women in maritime, it is not only the working women on sea, at sea or ashore, but the wives of our seafarers constitute a very important component of women in maritime, because if we want to bring that change, I think women are the big influencers, and the wives of the seafarers are where we want to address these issues. I think instead of just trying to bring it directly onto them, we must start bringing in the wives of women, wives of seafarers, start talking to them, because if they are a happy lot, I'm sure our seafarers are going to be a happy lot. All the positivity, all the energy, all the goodness can be transferred to the seafarers automatically through the lives of the seafarers. So I think I will stop here with the message that the change begins at home. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, for your inspirational words. We'll surely take your suggestions in a positive manner. May I now request Mr. Deepak Shetty, Senior Advisor, Maritime Anti-Corruption Network India, to address our audience.
Thank you very much. Sheikh, Mrs. H.K. Joshi, distinguished members of the audience, and above all, the next generation of seafarers that I see bringing up the rear of this room. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's an absolute delight and privilege to be here amidst all of you this morning to share a few perspectives and insights, having earlier served as Director General of Shipping and also as Secretary to the Government of India. But at the outset, I think it's in the fitness of things that I must compliment women who are out here in person as well as those in absentia. We need to celebrate on this occasion. And kudos to the MUI as well for setting up a women's wing. I believe it's one of its kind, perhaps the only organization which has an embedded in-house vertical dedicated for promoting the interests of women. And I think it's just as well. Let me be a bit of a skeptic and a naysayer here. How often we've had these, pardon me, and this is not to disparage anyone, not to run anybody down. We've had occasions like this year in and year out. We come and sort of, if I may put it in the Indian lingo, we preachify, we say that we need to do this X, Y, Z. But come next year, do we sort of look back, step back and say, where are we? Have we progressed? My sense is that I think there is a fair bit of status quoism, and I don't want this to attribute to anyone in particular. I think it is generally got to do with the mindset. I think the hardest and the most exponentially difficult proposition to do is to bring about behavioral change. And this reminds me of economic theory, which is the nudge theory. I don't know how many of you have heard of this. Dr. Richard Thaler, he won a Nobel Prize in economics in the year 2018. He teaches in the Chicago Booth School of Business in the United States of America. His proposition is fairly simple, that in public policy, if you want to sort of dissuade people, bring about a tangible change, then you need to keep nudging, which means you need to keep persuading. And this is a long drawn process. What I would urge is that please keep at it, but at the same time, it's just not adequate that at the end of the proceedings today, you wind up and go back on a positive note. Please draw up measurable, tangible, deliverables. Do map it out, do a gap analysis, and come up with specific recommendations where you can work in terms of an actionable plan. Because that's the way you will be able to take this process forward in concrete terms. Let's look in terms of how arduous or challenging getting women into the mainstream is. Quote unquote, the United States of America, supposedly the most advanced, mature nation, the beacon of hope for democracy, liberalism, human dignity, and what have you. How many of you are even aware that it was only 1960? The US independence goes back to 1774. The United States of America celebrates its 240th year of independence. I had the good fortune of being there in a function which they invited me to. The universal suffrage, which is the right of women to cast votes and decide their own destinies, in the US came about only as late as in 1960. Can you even believe that? And things progressed, but what do you have? If those of you who follow the US political landscape now, there is a very serious pushback where there are certain states, and I don't want to derogate anyone here, they are trying to negate this very right of women, people of color, and all of that. On the other hand, you've had a trend of DEI. This is the much bandied, touted term, diversity, equity, inclusion. If you go to the US campuses, the much touted Ivy Leagues and the like, those of you who watch television, podcasts, etc., would get to see the horror stories that are emerging. Where DI is fine, I think you need to take it forward because you need a far more inclusive mainstreaming to happen. But at the end of the day, if you take DI in absolute terms and try and become an advocate, dare I say, for nihilism, which is you try and say, I want to swing back and do pretty much everything exactly opposite on 360 degrees, then that's a recipe for disaster. And that's precisely the agenda which a lot of faculty members and student groups in the campuses of the United States, many of these very, very so-called, very fabled universities are now up against. They are having a movement which is now virtually gone out of hand. So there is a serious rethink. And I don't know how many of you even heard of a term called wokeism. In the US, this is the new concept, wokeism, which means that you suddenly have a trend which is very, very adversarial, and then you don't know how to really cope up with it. So we need to be mindful of some of these sensitivities as we navigate our path ahead. But having said that, on a positive note, we've had universal trends, corporate trends which are emerging, such as ESG, environment, social, and governance, which carries forward this very messaging and inclusivity. And governance is and if you really want to propagate the message of good governance, you really need to have women who constitute about 50% of the population as part of the discourse as well as decision making. That's a no-brainer. You also have the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, 2015 to 2030 of the United Nations. I'm sure most of you have heard, There are 17 goals, there are 269 targets out of that. There's a wish list which the world 193 member states of the UN have mapped out for themselves. But if you look back between from both, if you want to retrospect and introspect, from 2015 when the SDGs came about till now we are in 2024, and we just got another 6 years to go before these SDGs wind up. I'm not too sure as to how much of progress we have made in tangible terms, in terms of delivering outcomes for women. So the bottom line is that while we want to keep nudging, persuading on a long haul process, we need to create an ecosystem, and which means that there are building blocks which constitute this ecosystem, where you have on a public-private partnership mode, you have policy planners, you have stakeholders, and you have the next generation who need to be part of this process, because at the end of the day, if this is a long haul, then clearly it is the next generation which is in the offing, which needs to have as much say and a participatory mode. So I think catch them young, as the saying goes. You need to tap into maritime training institutions, have this as a force for change driven from there, and get everybody on board. You can keep on pontificating here. Let me just come to, because there was a reference to zero tolerance that Captain Tudhan alluded to. Truly, zero tolerance is, of course, a buzzword. It's, one can keep speaking about it. Zero tolerance to what? Zero tolerance to essentially human behavior, which is very adverse in nature. And that's exactly the strand which the organization which I currently represent as senior advisor and head of India operations, the Maritime Anti-Corruption Network. Lest there be a misconception, this is not an NGO. This is a global, not-for-profit maritime industry association set up by the industry. Today, it's a force for good, recognized by the IMO, and it has 205 member companies who constitute about 56% of the global shipping tonnage. Essentially, the MACN drives the message of zero tolerance to corruption across the maritime and logistics value chain network. Of course, given the bandwidth and the current mandate and the resource availability, the MACN is today confined in its activity portfolio to pushing back against, in real terms, against corruption in the interface on the seaside between ships, companies, and agents on the one hand, and the public sector agencies such as customs, immigration, port health, port administrations, maritime administrations, and what have you. We have been in India for about 22 months, and I must say this with humility that we've had a 100% success rate in all the 34 cases that have been reported to us, where we have succeeded in, just to give you a sample, a flavor, 34 is not a humongous number. By no reckoning do we ever claim that everything is hunky-dory. Surely not, because the challenge of corruption is humongous. And I think you need all hands on the deck, as it were. But of the 34 cases that have come, and I keep saying this in a lighter way, we in MACN don't have a crystal ball where we can gaze and figure out all that's going wrong on the corruption landscape across the country. Whatever is reported to us, we get back, and I mean it, within 4 to 5 hours, we seek a resolution. In that span, what we have done is we have got cases of corruption, monies, bribes extorted, $1,800 to about $4,000, returned back to the master in totality in 4 or 5 hours with an apology tendered. In a couple of cases, departmental disciplinary action initiated against the officers. In a few other instances, the officers have been transferred out of the ports on administrative grounds. So there is a contagion effect in terms of an impactful outcome. Also happy to share with you that, sorry, I think I need to be mindful of the time. Yeah, I think I'll just wind up in a couple of minutes. But I would urge you that please open this floor for a quick Q&A if you have the appetite for it. The other thing which we do very consciously in MACN is where I think even women seafarers have. Why I want to propagate this is that this is this is an avenue which is open even for women seafarers, just as much it is for the male counterparts. So if you have an issue in terms of a corrupt practice which is perpetrated and you're at the receiving end, please feel free to reach out. Our coordinates are available on our website. The moot point here is that apart from negating and pushing back, we've also ensured in every one of these 34 instances that the sailing window of the vessel was never missed. Not one instance where, so we monitor it extremely closely, ensure that the vessel sails out in the window of time that is assigned to it. So notionally, if you ascribe, let's say, $10,000 to $15,000 of an average delay, ballpark figure of transaction cost for that delay, I think we can take a small pride in saying that we've been able to save close to about 435,000 USD in our India operations in these 34 cases for member companies in tangible terms and outcomes. We have also, as a conscious measure, we have ensured that we try and introduce business process re-engineering changes, systems changes, where we recommend to the government specific steps of low-hanging fruits which can redress the areas of corruption. And two policy changes which I had drafted and recommend to the government. One is to do away with port clearance system on a paper basis. I believe it's been accepted and it is getting merged into the National Logistics Portal come the end of this year. Likewise, another systems change that I've recommended and which has again been accepted is to do away with the practice of multiple agencies seeking information from companies and other stakeholders offline at different points in time and have one agency at the front end seek it on an electronic basis and disseminate on a need-to-know basis. So this is an agenda which we want to drive the change. The other thing which we are also working is to try and ensure that the routine boarding of customs officers is done away with. So that's something which I'm working on, basis the best practices which we're trying to cull out from globally. And hopefully we will get there by doing away with it, subject to the caveat that on a sovereign function basis, on a specific intelligence, if there is a need for a customs officer to board, by all means, for sure, he needs to board. But otherwise, it has to be very selective. That's our aim. So this is a constant endeavor. We also have about 108 emails that have come in from masters of different vessels, acknowledging that progressively in the past 22 months, courtesy their interaction with MAC in India, things have started looking up. I'm again saying that it's not, it's not Ram Rajya as yet. It's not an ideal world, but I think we need to keep pegging at it and keep getting there. One can go on. This is not a session which is intended to the MACN, but I just want to give you a few broad strands of information. I don't have much to say, and all I can wish all of you here, particularly the women force, is that Godspeed to you, and may you have all the power that is required. But above all, I think you need the respect and the recognition that you are a person, as an individual, as well as a collective group, eminently deserving of that respect, and that you should be part of the decision-making process, and which is how we will have a far more inclusive and participative society. With this, I convey my very best wishes to all of you here, both on the personal and professional fronts, and to the MUI, my grateful thanks for extending this invite to me and to spend a few moments of my time. And hopefully some of these insights are meaningful. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Good day to all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening speech. Although Mr. SHYAM Jagannathan could not attend the event today, he has sent a video address and we are happy to play that for our audience today.
Namaskar. I am a little unfortunate that I could not be part of the Maritime Union of India's initiative today, physically, on the theme of Safe Horizons, Women Shaping the Future of Maritime Safety. The United Nations has put forward the Sustainable Development Goals, and gender equity and gender parity is a singular attribute in that. In the Indian maritime, while we aspire to increase the presence of our seafarers to 20% in the global pool, the participation of women seafarers is less than 1%. Examples of Chinese Taipei has been said where they are close to 3.5%. And I appeal to all the participants here, all who have come together as a collective to deliberate, to discuss, and to further the gender, equity, inclusion, and the diversity in the Indian maritime. There are multiple issues which had been flagged during the forthcoming process which the IMO has started with the STCW revision, where the HAC committee has already flagged specific issues related to SASH and for gender empowerment on board. Let us all join together and ensure more and more women join the maritime sector and more of them walk hand in hand with us to ensure smart, secure, safe and sustainable shipping, thereby truly giving a tribute to the theme Safe Horizons, Women Shaping the Future of Maritime Safety. I am requesting the kind indulgence of deputing two of my official leads in the crew, Captain Dr. Daniel Joseph and Captain Manish Kumar, who will be a part of the deliberations, and I look forward to all the cooperation for the Maritime Administration to make these things which we have spoken about and will deliberate in the coming day to fruition. Jai Hind.
I now request Captain Manish Kumar, Deputy Director General of Shipping, to address the audience.
Good morning, everyone. All my distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and trailblazing women in maritime safety. It is my immense pride that I stand before you today on a day dedicated to celebrate the very first shaping a future for our seas. That is a theme of safe horizons. Women shaping the future of maritime safety couldn't be more fitting. Would like to start with a famous quote here. The feminism is not about making women strong. Women are already strong. It's about changing the way the world perceives the strength. All we need to make our homes, societies, and workplace safe and conducive for women to prosper. The far too long maritime industry has been a sea of missing opportunities. The talent, innovation, and diverse perspective that women brings to the table have been underutilized. But the tide is turning. We are witnessing a significant rise in numbers of women leading in the field and rewriting the narrative. As Ellen Roosevelt powerfully declared, do one thing every day that scares you. These women are not afraid to break barriers, to chart new courses, and to champion a culture of safety that encompasses every aspect of maritime operations. This commitment of safety extends far beyond technical expertise. Women are now fostering a more inclusive environment where everyone feels empowered to speak up, identifying risks and contributing to the solutions. This collaborative spirit is a paramount in ensuring the well-being of crew, safety of the cargo and the environment. The Directorate General of Shipping has taken a significant step to ensure a safe and conducive working environment for women seafarers. We have issued numerous of circulars, notices, and outlined measures to promote and inclusion of women in maritime industry that enhances gender sensitization, addressing the grievances of women at sea. While these steps are marked important progress, such more remains to be achieving. A truly inclusive and supportive environment for the women seafarers requires a collaborative effort for all stakeholders in the maritime sector. Together, we can work towards a future where women feel empowered and valued in every aspect of their maritime career. In this regard, we have Sagar Mein Yog and Sagar Mein Samman. These are the two initiatives have been taken by the Director General of Shipping, which is for the gender equalization, diversification, and well-being at sea, which elaborates zero tolerance on SASH, gender discrimination, professional conduct on board, and well-being. Let us remember the wisdom of Marie Curie, the first woman to win a Nobel Prize. One never notices what has been done. One can only see what remains to be done. This seminar, with its brilliant minds and shared experience, is a testament to the spirit. It's a platform to forge connections, share the best practices, and advocate for a future where women are not just participants but also architects of a safe maritime horizon. As Ursula K. Le Guin wrote, the future is not a gift, it's an achievement. Let's achieve this future together in one way at a time. Thank you. Jai Hind. We also have a presentation which will give some information that what have been done so far and what is the plan to go forward. May I have a presentation, please? Yes. These are the theme: women in maritime in the safe horizon, women shaping the future of maritime safety. As my previous speakers and colleagues have mentioned, the numbers in maritime field, particularly in India, we have 1.7, which is quite less than 2%, and overall less than 1.28%. We, under the Maritime India vision and Amritkal vision, we have a target to achieve a number of seafarers from 12% to 20%. So naturally, it will also have more numbers of women seafarers at sea. So at one point, we are making atmosphere conducive so that women seafarers can come and work, and at the same time, we have to protect their interests. We have to provide them means to report grievances if they feel, the problems what they are going to see, and also the prevention, the training part. As Madam Joshi has said, that it starts at the training level, not only the women seafarer but also the men how to conduct themselves professionally when they are working on board. These are the numbers we have. The total number of windows generated is 13,000 and above, and the active women seafarers are 4,700 and above. These are the numbers reported with the DG shipping that in different categories, what all seafarers, women particularly women seafarers in each category in a stream. These are the numbers, the financial support. These are the process we are introducing for the registration and the certification part, and the, improving the recruitment and placement services. Now, as we know that we have about 1,532 Indian vessels, and many of the seafarers are also sailing on a foreign flag vessels. So these foreign flag vessels, the seafarers are getting placed through the recruitment and placement agencies. So we are also encouraging that these agencies to encourage women's seafarers participation in foreign flag vessels and to have an in-house procedure for the reporting of women grievances. These are the some numbers and the initiatives which we have taken. That will cover the gender sensitization. So these women are now not only at sea but also ashore, as Madam Joshi has said. They are also working as pilots, port administrators, maritime lawyers, and in the maritime training centers, and also in a management of harbour and the port operations. It is not limited to, but also extended to the surveyor, brokers, and the naval arms, and of course in the administration. These are the initiatives. Sagar Mein Yog and Sagar Mein Saman, what we are talking. This was initiated, launched. These initiatives were launched in the Global Maritime India Summit 2023. So here, two things we are going to do. One is the improving the number of seafarers at sea. Also, the number will be more for the women seafarers, and then mental well-being. That will be a separate module is being launched, wherein uh, how to conduct themselves on board, how to manage the stress. These things will be taught and will be circulated. These are the significant elements in India. These are the scholarship has been given so far to women to encourage their participation at sea. This is the plan of action. What we need to do further. So there is a policy document on the zero tolerance, diversity, equity, and the platform to make a framework for the maritime sector to address these issues. The code of conduct for the seafarers, not only for the women but also for the male counterpart. The strategy document is being prepared for Sagar Mein Yog and Sagar Mein Samman, which is a well-being and women-oriented program. Then there will be engagement at training centers. The people will be motivated and trained how to conduct themselves, and also for the reporting. Uh, we have also would like to bring a notice to everyone. We have a committee which is addressing women grievances. If any issues faced on board, particularly SOSH, it can be reported to DG Shipping as well. So, Madam is chairing that committee, and that committee is looking beyond the only core issue of addressing the grievances. It is also joining hands with DG Shipping to make a roadmap for Sagar Mein Samman initiative. How to have a conducive or safe environment for women seafarers at sea, as well as how this number can be increased. So that initiative being taken jointly. Thank you. That's it from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Captain. If you have a few questions for Mr. Deepak Shetty, he would be glad to answer them for you. Any questions for Mr. Deepak Shetty? Okay. I request Captain Pradhan to felicitate Mr. Manish Kumar, Deputy Director General of Shipping. Our guest of honor, Mrs. H.K. Joshi. Mr. Deepak Shetty. Can we have a photo, please? would like to mention this event is live on Sailor Today YouTube channel. Thank you. Our first session today, Anchored in Strength, the Feminine Odysseys, is moderated by Ms. Saleha Sheikh, the founder and head coordinator of the MUI Women's Wing. In this session, women seafarers and maritime professionals will highlight their diverse experiences, covering both the challenges and triumphs they have faced at sea and at shore.
A short video that is going to be played before we start the session. All right, we'll proceed with the session. Panel discussion today, Channel Pe Charcha, the topic for which is Anchored in Strength, the Feminine Odysseys. In this compelling session, women seafarers and maritime professionals will come forward to share their personal stories of life at sea and shore. Moderated by Saleha Sheikh and working with women in maritime, Anchored in Strength, Feminine Odysseys will highlight the diverse experiences of these extraordinary women, covering both the challenges and triumphs they have faced. Expect heartfelt narratives of empowerment, resilience, and courage as they recount tales of overcoming adversity, addressing issues like harassment and discrimination, and celebrating the support and successes that have defined their journeys. This session promises to be an engaging and unfiltered exploration of the impact women in maritime have had and will continue to have on the industry's future trajectory. May I now invite our panelists for the day, Mrs. Sumita Banerjee, Mrs. Nafisa Mulbhoy, Ms. Rubia Bano, Ms. Leah Fernandez. May I have the mics, please?
I'm used to that. Our company is called AS Molduboy Private Limited. And in every list, because it starts with an A, I'm always first to handle the challenge. So here we go.
Welcome to the discussion today. Mrs. Nafisa Mulbhoy, Managing Director, Mulbhoy Group of Companies. Mrs. Nafisa, you have been at the head of the Mulbhoy Group for 21 years now. What got you into the business and how did your contribution change the face of the Mulbhoy Group?
I'm going to answer her question with a small quote, which I strongly believe in. Behind every strong and successful woman, there is a story that gave her no choice. In my case, the company was 96 years old. Our company is established in 1905. My husband, being the only son and heir of the Molduboy inheritance, if you like, fell seriously sick and was unable to wear the mantle of leadership. Company being 96 years old, we had employees who had been with us for over 20 years, 30 years. One of them was second generation. We had a family, and with all this, we had a family separation. So each brother took his share and moved on. My husband inherited this company, which he looked after, then fell sick. We had a partner whom we fell out with in a very big way on grounds of ethics and integrity. And here was this company, 96 years old, employing at that time, we had about 120 people. Now we are 230 plus, all looking and saying, what is the way forward? There really was no choice. Being the wife of my husband, I had no choice but to take over. I come from a completely middle class family, no education because I married at 19 when I was in my FY BCom. And there I was sitting on this chair, the first day I remember when I went, to run a company with 130, 140 people staring at me and wondering, will this really work? As I said, when you give a woman no choice, most women will really steel up and they will face the challenge and be triumphant. Today, we intend to go public in 3 years, in 27, 28. I intend to take the company public. And I think in our segment, we will be the first company in the service segment to be led by a woman to go public in 27, 28. Thank you.
It's really nice to hear about your journey into the company, and it's actually interesting to know that in 3 years you will be going public. Amazing. So as a lady managing director, what are the kind of challenges that you faced? And how did you handle them with the demands of professional and personal life?
Again here, I'll again quote a saying that I believe in. Life isn't about waiting for the storm to pass. It's about learning to dance in the rain. I learned to dance in the rain. There were challenges galore. Being uneducated, not from the marine industry, Not what I'm talking of 21 years ago, where there were no women in really senior position in the marine industry. People would make fun of me. I have this ridiculous habit of trying to match everything that I'm wearing. And I would have purchase managers say, why doesn't she just go shopping instead of turning up at our doorstep? I have gone through all the challenges, all the derogatory remarks. All they did was spur me on. So you learn to take the challenges. You learn to take the criticism and just use it to egg you on. Because if you really are determined, trust me, forget anybody else. No one can stop you. And if you really want something, the universe conspires to give it to you. The biggest challenge that I would say to every woman here is your biological clock and your career clock, unfortunately, go in complete harmony. And on one hand, you have to work those grueling hours at the office to prove that you are no less than any man. And at home, you come home to a child who has rung you several times to say, will you come home to wish me good night before I go to sleep? And my biggest challenge has been, the success has been tremendous. I am so grateful to God. We have 220 employee members working for us today. We have got 8 branches in India, 3 abroad, a huge turnover. I'm humbled by the success that the Lord has given me. But the one thing that I can never forget are the calls every evening. Mom, will you come for when I'm having dinner? Mom, will you come to tuck me in? And that pain and that conflict only a woman can relate to. So to all the men here, we salute your success. But to all the women here who are successful, there's a double salute to you, because you have really done it where no man could have matched up with you. So thank you.
It's really heartening to hear that aspect about how women with professional careers balance that personal life, and it's not easy. And I'm saying this because there was a time when I was working within the fashion industry. This was way back. And I had set up my own company for men's loungewear. And my husband was sailing and my children were much younger. And I had just taken off and I was doing brilliantly well. But then we started getting complaints from school, because my son was not getting the adequate time from me because I was at work. And he was anyways missing his father. So when we realized that this was coming in the way of his upbringing, I had to take a back seat. I decided to take a break in my career and then be a stay-at-home mom for my children. So I completely understand where you're coming from. So these are the sacrifices that we make, which also make us stronger in so many other ways. Those challenges that we face, we learn to work around them, we learn to find solutions, and that's how professional women work. Thank you for sharing, Mrs. Malabai.
I've got my daughter in the midst, in the audience today, and I hope I've done well.
Nafisaji, you have created a legacy called Malabai Group of Companies, and now your daughters are a part of that. What values do you think have been instrumental in shaping this legacy?
Again, I'm going to answer with a quote, because I just feel it says all that I want to say. A father and a son were walking along the beach one early Sunday morning. And then whilst walking, they found a lot of jellyfish on the beach. So the father said to his son, "Be careful where you walk." And the son responded, "Be careful where you walk, Dad. Remember that I follow in your footsteps." So, as leaders, as parents, as mothers, we need to ensure that we have the right sense of values so that our subordinates, our children, our peers, and our colleagues can emulate it. As far as I am concerned, there were 3 values that were sacrosanct to me, which is the DNA of the monoboy organization. One, integrity. Second, hard work. My grandfather used to always tell me, hard work has never killed anybody, and you're not going to be the first. And the last thing, perseverance. Persevere, persevere, and persevere till you succeed. And trust me, you see the C slowly becoming an O, and that is real success. Thank you.
One last question to you, Nafisa ji. If you had to describe yourself in one word, what would that be?
I would say a woman. It says it all.
Lovely, lovely. Thank you so much.
I pass the mic.
Our next speaker for the day is Ms. Rubia Bano, who's Additional Third Officer for LPG Gas Carriers, Synergy Marine.
Hello everyone, good morning. My name is Rubia Bano. Currently I'm sailing as the additional third mate on LPG gas tankers. Thank you ma'am for inviting. I want to tell you one story, short story. I was just coming out from MMD examination at Chennai and a message I can see over my mobile. I saw ma'am message. Why? I said, ma'am, I will not come. She said, I dare you, you have to come. I'll kill you. So I'm here.
Thank you, Rubia, for coming all the way. And I really appreciate that because your story needs to be heard, you know. So Rubia, you come from a very small town near Jaipur. What motivated you to join the Merchant Navy and how did you manage to do that?
Ma'am, I'm from Rajasthan, where there is no sea. So I grew up watching the ship picture. I remember in my social science books and watching TV serial where I was really fascinated looking at the uniforms. So when I was in school in 12th standard, my family circumstances propelled me to join this career, and hardly I was in 12th. So I cannot pursue or take a decision to join DNS or BSc. Only option for me was rating. So I spoke to my dad and my dad said, okay, if you made your mind, please go ahead. So I approached Jaipur agent and through agent I remember I went to Chennai and I met a director sir of our institute and he has taken a bond. He said, you will not claim us that we will not offer you a job after completion of your training because you are the first rating in our industry. I said, please give me a training course, I will not do anything. So I did that training of 6 months. I come back and the real struggle starts. It was a time of 2006 and 7 where very difficult for a female cadet to join this shipping industry and get a job. And I was dreaming as a rating, right? Which is impossible. So a year I worked day in and day out and nothing was coming in my way. So I seek help from DG Shipping. And I proudly say our former Director General of Shipping, Ma'am Kiran Dingra, I have not seen her yet. She said to me over phone, I need a girl like you in industry. So she said, I want to test you. So she's under the scheme of NCV cadetship. She sent to a tug, a small tug. And believe I was very happy. I did not complain to anyone that I got a tug. I was on a tug for a year and people were very supporting. I was given small work like reading ROR. And I remember representative used to come on board and they used to say, you please speak ROR without looking at the book, like a puppet. So this is how my training begins, and I then transfer to dredgers, where I really learned. I'm really fortunate to learn the maneuvering aspects, how the small vessel operates at the narrow channel. Then my company got bankrupt, and I landed again as a struggle, junk on a street. And I approached one company where I found a disclaimer in their vacancy. Women and handicaps are not allowed. That really pissed me off. And I approached my authorities. I'm very proud again and again saying the same word that belongs to DG Shipping and a country where Nari is a Shakti. Nari is a creation, Nari is a power, and Nari is a Narayani, right? So I approached to authority and I said, sir, this is what we are for. And they sued them a letter and they not only recruited me but also removed that disclaimer forever. But unfortunately, I did not join that company. I joined SCI and I'm very proud. I worked for 4 years and I must say that it is the only company where I have not faced any kind of discrimination. But ma'am, I went on our product tanker, Sampur Suraje. All due respect, for my, I belongs to a treasure or NCV and I'm very proud of it. So I remember my chief officer was sitting in a CCR with Captain Sir and it was my first foreign going ship. And he was sitting like this. And he was discussing to master sir and he said, sir, एक तो टैंकर है, दूसरा आपने लड़की भेज दी है, मैं कैसे काम करूँगा? So I was listening and he also mentioned, सर एक तो NCV है, छोटे वाले शिप पे है, इसको जाता जाता तो होगा नहीं. So I was like, how can they denunciate or degrade somebody holding a certain background? So I did not spoke, I concentrated on my work. And after 2 months, I remember Superintendent Sir visited our Sampur Suraje and he has said to our superintendent, sir, this girl has changed perception towards a woman can survive in industry for me. And he also said to, sir, isko jitna aata hai na is ship mein, I cannot rely on anyone. I said, look, he is the person 2 months ago saying that I cannot afford a woman on board, and now he is praising me. So I continue with the SCI and I become first master NCV somehow. That a gift I can give to my government or DG Shipping that yes, if you have given me chance, I can give you a written gift as a first master woman NCV of India. So now I went on an institute again. I was told that by looking at my face, I don't know what is there in my face. तुम तो पास हो ही नहीं सकती फॉरेन गोइंग, वो भूल जाओ, तुम जाके सेल करो ना मास्टर, यू आर चीफ ऑफिसर एट योर पैसेंजर शिप, so you sailed. So I don't know what happened to me. I joined passenger ship as a chief officer and SCI proudly said me. But again the master, he said, नहीं साहब होगा नहीं सर, लड़की है, शिप ड्राई डॉक पे है, ऊपर से रिपेयर चल रही, कर ही नहीं सकती है. And company said, look, she will do it. So I went and after 1.5 months again, Surveyor sir, our MMD Surveyor sir came on board along with the IRS and he said, साहब आपका चीफ ऑफिसर किधर है? ये तो शिप का पूरा नक्शा ही चेंज हो गया, पहले क्या था और अब क्या है, and मुझे अप्रिशिएट करना पड़ेगा. And the same captain, I remember saying to the surveyor, साहब हमारा चीफ ऑफिसर लड़की है. So every time you go on board, I must say to the young girls, please put your hold on your work. Don't concentrate on anything else. And now this was my last contract with SCI. Sadly, I moved to foreign going and the same campus. My faculty said, "तुम कर नहीं पाएगा." I said, "Sir, मैं कर पाएगा." And I remember there was a result day and he said, "तुम इतना नंबर कैसे ला सकती हो?" "Sir, मैं ला सकती हूँ, मैंने पढ़ाई की है." So then now my life is better, I must say, from all the hurdles of NCV to master, and I must extend my gratitude towards my present company called Synergy Group, and we have a slogan called family, and we really mean it. And I must say the name of our respected Captain Rajesh Udhi sir, who is doing the great effort to increase not only ratio on board, but creating a healthy atmosphere and a stringent manager instruction for women, especially the discrimination part and their safety. If a single issue, if we are facing on board, we can call anyone, including him. So he's that person. So thank you very much, Synergy. If this message goes to anyone that if Synergy can do this, we all can do.
Thank you, Lydia. This is really inspiring, really inspiring. I mean, it's really nice to know that from humble beginnings. And I also know that you did not know English as a language and how you put in your efforts and learn the language besides putting in your efforts to study, and then you came up the hard way. And this is an inspiration to all our students out there. I mean, you will also be facing some kind of challenges, but never give up, stay focused. What is your top priority today? Rubia, one last question.
Of course, my family, giving them a better life because I come from very poor background. So my first aim is to give them a beautiful life, and second, of course, doing better things in shipping. Now I have taken a new challenge called LPG, and Synergy has given me this opportunity, and I must tell you, ma'am, I'm sorry I'm consuming your time again. In enthusiasm, while doing phase 2 at Chennai, I went to our head office and I took appointment and I met our in charge. And I'm very proud to say this, that I was explained each and every corner of this advantage and disadvantage of this changeover. Sir told me, our captain sir, all due respect, that it will take a longer time first of all. Second thing, if you succeed, there may are chances your life will be more hurdles at sea, because again you are starting as an additional third mate, so you think about it. And secondly, any moment if you feel you are not able to do, please come out. No need to prove. So now second priority is concentrating on this job and become a commanding master in near future.
Thank you, Rubia, for sharing your journey.
Thank you, ma'am, for inviting me here.
We now move on to Ms. Leah Fernandez. She is the manager, FPD, EPT Bulk and Containers with Elegant Marine Services. Welcome, Leah.
Thank you.
Leah, you're one of the few women having more than 2 decades of rich experience in crewing and manning operations across the shipping domain. In fact, I believe you complete 25 years this month, right?
Yes, absolutely. In the same organization.
With fleet management, 25 years with fleet management. Many congratulations on achieving this huge milestone. That makes me wonder, at what age did you join fleet? And what has the journey been like over 25 years?
Firstly, thank you, Syria, for inviting me and sharing this dais with such distinguished ladies, and to the rest of you all sitting in the audience. Well, on a candid note, I'm not revealing my age. So, yes, to take back your question, it's been a long journey for me. And I did join my company, I'm not again saying the age, but yes, I wasn't married then. So life is all about challenge, and at that point of time, I didn't really realize that. I just thought, out of college, and I just thought probably I'll join. I thought there were ships, maybe they will send me also on the ship. That was a fascination that I had, so that's how I went there for an interview.
So what has been the most challenging incident or time in your entire career?
My entire career, I wouldn't say there were a lot of hurdles or challenges during those days. But an eye-opener was during the COVID period. I think many of us could relate to that. That brought in, I actually thought my entire career maybe I won't be able to function because nothing else functioned. the entire world had stopped. Aviation, everything. I mean, everything that we thought was tangible, we could go ahead, and only the shipping industry was functioning. And I think all of us were like in our own homes, trying to deliver work. And that was the most challenging phase that the manning department faced, because coordination with your one mobile and your laptop, that's it. And whereas when you're in office, you can just like, go across and deliver what you need to. But being in a confinement in your home with your kids around, I'm a mother of two lovely boys who are of course grown up now. But I wouldn't say I'm glad that happened, but they also realized the kind of pressure that we face being ashore, working ashore, how challenging it is convincing someone to go on the ship, convincing the family also, because our seafarers are everything for us. And we first get connected to their families, to their wives, to their mothers, to their sisters, and that's how at Fleet, we believe that's how we become a family. And I think that COVID period had really shaken everybody who, even with so much of years of experience, felt they're helpless.
Yeah, that's true. COVID has changed a lot of people, and it really brought us into uncharted waters, as they say. Now, I would like to ask you, what advice do you have for women who are striving to reach executive or leadership roles in maritime?
Well, women are mature, the girls will mature. So I won't give any advice as such, but I personally follow a five S in life. Alphabet S, self-care. Girls, ladies, very, very important. If you are mentally sound, you will be emotionally strong. I Being successful is everything in your mind. I mean, a wise man once told me that, what is your vision? At that point of time, I said, no, I'm working, I'm happy. I do my 9 to 6 job. It's of course not 6, but it goes beyond. I go back home and then I'm there for my family. But I realized when we did hire ladies that they go back, they go sailing. The lady seafarers, they go sailing, and how do they connect with their family back then, those years? So I thought to myself, at least I knew I'm coming home, and my kids had me home. They knew we had the family time, we had the homework doing, we had the school reporting. Everything was possible. So that's when I connected with the seafarers family more closely, because the wives back home were managing their entire activities. So I felt, yes, at least I'm coming back home. So, I have penned down the few the essays that I follow, because sometimes I forget. So I go back, read my book, which I write every morning. So, of course, self-care is what I have told you on. Setting boundaries between professional and personal is what I try telling you on. Seeking support. When you need help, you need to tell. Do not assume that you will get help. That's, be it your mentor, you can take advice, be it your friends, very, very, very important. It's very important to have friends, your circulation with friends. That's in any industry, I would feel. And family, yes, you need to have a very good support from your family. Then yes, you can achieve what you intend to. Well, the main S is, I think, the woman having the strength. That's what we are all doing, chai pe charcha. So strength, yes, ladies, if we are strong in our mind, we are strong, we can achieve, and we can help our spouses, help our friends, help our neighbors, help our kids achieve what they want to. That's the advice probably I would like.
Hello. Thank you, Leah, for sharing your journey. I'd like to now move on to Ms. Sumita Banerjee, Senior Vice President, All Cargo Group. Sumita, you have had a very illustrious career spanning 34 years, both in the government and private sector. And you have been amongst the very few women in a leadership role for over 2 decades. So tell us about your journey, the pitfalls, the challenges, et al.
So, good morning. It's still before 12. I can still say good morning. Lovely to see so many familiar faces, and even better to see a beautiful gathering of women. Many of them I'm seeing for the first time, 34 years in shipping and logistics, and I'm seeing you all for the first time. So, it's on me, not on you, and kudos to all of you for being here this morning. So, we all start with a quote, right? That's how it goes. So, what's my favorite quote? Challenge is actually an opportunity, cloaked, disguised in hard work. So every challenge is actually just an opportunity. So you asked me to speak about pitfalls, roadmap, opportunities. So let me start at the very beginning, 1990, campus recruited straight from MBA, Shipping Corporation of India. So happy when anyone mentions Shipping Corporation of India. Very different time for Shipping Corporation of India, ladies and gentlemen. 1990, we had 160 ships. And we were a premium, company. It did work like a government company. We really meant PSU as in everyone there, a master mariner, chief engineer, they're from top caliber. The MBAs there from IIMs. It had a very different feel and look. So there I joined and imagine Shipping Corporation of India gave a stipend of 5,000 rupees, and the same amount was offered to University Bank. So even our pay was really good back then. I really have no idea what it is today, and I don't want to comment on that. Worked there for 12 years. So right. So the leadership journey started after 10 years of being in Shipping Corporation of India. There was rotation every 2 years. I handled bulk carrier and tanker, lineman passenger service, chairman's office, planning, bunkers, purchase and services. I can't even remember how many roles. And in the year 2000, SCI decided to have its first direct container service to China. And at the age of 32, and I have no problem speaking about my age. You come to a certain age where you're really happy to speak about anything and everything. It's all right. So at 32, after 10 years of experience, I was asked to become a line manager. Today, you have a lot of youngsters who become line manager. But in the year 2000, in Shipping Corporation of India, where all other line managers were like, seasoned professional, late 40s, 50s, what I look like now. At that point, they were like grandfathers to me or grandmothers. And I took on the responsibility because that's the way my nature is. And I thought it's very interesting to be given that responsibility. And there were challenges, of course. You're 32 years old. No one is, it's the first ever direct container service to China. All the consortium partners are in Singapore and Japan. Communication wasn't like it is today. It was much more difficult. But the challenge that I really took upon myself, one internal and one external, which I'll just briefly speak about. For me, the internal challenge was to get the trust and the respect from my colleagues, senior colleagues from operations department and technical services, which were manned by senior master mariners, senior chief engineers. And the other challenge, external, I took upon myself was to get the work done and the respect from SCI's then Far East agents. I think about 40, 50 big Far East agents. And what worked, and it took time, it didn't happen overnight, it took time. But what worked in my favor, and I was hearing this from all the women here, is the same thing which works for every successful woman. Passion for your work. You've got to be passionate about what you do. You need to be able to seek help without ego. Because you don't know everything. You learn on the fly. You learn on the job. And never play your gender card. Never play a victim card. So you do these things, you're hardworking, dedicated, and of course you win over people, your work comes, things go easy. Also having this conviction to stand for, when you believe in something, stand firmly by it. I remember 1 year into my service, SCI, as you know, is Government of India, used to work out of JNPT Government Terminal, ports were coming in. Captain Jimmy Sarab, I remember he was their person here, the CEO. I'd done my feasibility study, I'd done all the costing, and I went to my management. And lo and behold, they supported me. Shipping Corporation of India took the 3 Prime Minister series and went to Keynote port. I stood by my conviction. I was there to make money for Shipping Corporation of India. Very serious in my intent. So I always tell this to young women, particularly who want to become, managers and leaders of tomorrow. please study very carefully what are your company's vision, mission, and value system. You have to be aligned with that. Look at the goal that you've been given. Your company has given you a goal. Be aligned with that. You have not come to office to make friends. So at this point, I want to tell you a few pitfalls most women fall into. And that's because of patriarchy. And I don't want to get into any patriarchy bashing. But that's the truth. Let's first face that. Women typically tend to be, we want to please everyone. Because you're brought up that way. You've seen your nanny, dadi, mother doing it. But when you come to work, you do not come there to win Miss Congeniality. You come there to deliver. It doesn't mean you can't deliver with a smile. It doesn't mean you can't be empathetic. But it does mean you have to deliver that work. So don't forget that. Never self-doubt. Don't have this fear of failure. Everyone, man and woman, all of us, at some point or the other, might get that into your head. But if that gets into your head, everything else suffers. Your confidence suffers, your delivery suffers. The other pitfall is keep away from office gossip and politics. Easier said than done, but that's really the way to do it because you don't have the bandwidth. Most of us will get married, will have kids, rightly mentioned magical clock ticking along with your work clock. Put your energy where it's required to be given, right? You put your energy into your work, put your energy into your family. But gossip, these are all pitfalls. And I'm just being very honest, I'm just speaking as it is. Also, there is no harm. This is just one of the, they say, things I adopted. I used to be extremely friendly, gregarious, loved a drink in my hand. You joined Shipping Corporation of India, and you're supposed to be this very senior person at a very young age. You have to sometimes don a double personality. So at office, I became a very no-nonsense, practical, sharp-speaking person. Work, 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 and then I come home and I'm back to my fun-loving self. So don't take your office persona home. Don't bring your home persona to office. I'm not talking about whether men should do this or not do that and they're all smart. I'm just speaking to the women out here. It works for us women better that way. That if we can, don't do personas sometimes. Don't try to merge two personas. And yeah, all these learnings of Shipping Corporation of India, 12 years I was there. I took it to my next assignment, which was again a decade as a CEO of a feeder service. I remember, which was based out of Sri Lanka. I worked through the LTT years. Those were the years of terrible congestion and issues in the terminal, 15 days waiting for your vessel. Imagine a feeder vessel, standing cost, how much you make in a voyage, and 15 days of waiting outside Chennai. Again, today out of Singapore, you're having same congestion coming back. But the confidence, when I worked with Shipping Corporation of India, our then management gave me, we used to go and meet our chairman. Our conversations, we never got micromanaged by our bosses who said, no, that guy is a senior IAS officer. No, Sumita, if you're the line manager, please go ahead and meet him or her. And the same confidence, and the confidence never came from the fact that I'm a line manager or I'm an MBA from a certain college or I've got experience. It came from the fact that my management backed me up. 160 ships, that's what SCI stood for. So we walked in, the power of the whole thing walked along with you, shoulder high. So when I was working in Sri Lanka and I had to deal with the terminal managers or terminal heads in Singapore, PSA or Chennai, that confidence that I carried forward from SCI always worked for me. I came back to India 11 years ago and after so many years of shipping, shore shipping of course, came into logistics. I didn't know the L of logistics when I joined All Cargo Group. It's a $2 billion company with 160 offices, 160 countries, 260 offices around the world. It was a large responsibility for someone who didn't know L of logistics at that point. I didn't know what supply chain stood for. I was a CY to CY person, but what really works again for all of us, what I've been hearing is your willingness to learn. You have to be a learner till the very end. You have to keep learning, adapting, innovating, never being scared. You have your native intelligence, you don't require bookish knowledge. Never be scared to ask for help. Rightly said, nobody knows you need help. And asking for help is never a sign of weakness. What is a sign of weakness is when you start using mascara polish, buttering someone's toast, being a people's pleaser. Those are signs of weakness. Asking for genuine help is never a sign of weakness. We are not Mr. and Miss Know-all. Definitely the things you will not know. Today I can ask for help from a brand new management training, maybe something new in AI, maybe something new in some compliance. What is wrong? Have the humbleness, be a student all your life, and 11 years today in all cargo logistics, and I've had a ball in this company. And yeah, every day I think that's one thing, it doesn't matter whether you're a leader or whatever. When you go into work, and if you don't feel happy, then you're at the wrong job. Always be at the right job, and you'll have a great time.
It's amazing the kind of insights we've got and the advice that you've given. I think that will go a long way. I mean, it's really nice. You bring a wealth of experience, a treasure trove of insights, and pointers there for especially women who are climbing up the ladder. One last point, Smita. What is your favorite way to unwind after a long day?
Favorite way to unwind after a long day? So when my son is now 31 working with Infosys, but when he was younger, it was always fun to come back and play with him, hear about his day. So today at 31, when he's 31 and he has a different house, what is my way to unwind nowadays? A glass of wine always helps, but you can't have it every day. So the mornings for me, it's always been yoga for a long time now, because I really have stopped gymming and all that stuff. But in the evening, no, I wouldn't come back and say I'm such a pious and spiritual person, I get into yoga, no. So the evening will be something fun. It could be something as light as TikTok one day, it could be a TED Talk one day, it could be a good meal one day. And if I can get my girlfriends, my support system, my mom, my cousins to come over, nothing like it. So some connect, it doesn't have to be the same every day, it could be different on different days, but some connect which would enrich my soul. For me, speaking to my mom enriches my soul, speaking to my girlfriends enrich my soul, hearing a good TED Talk enriches my soul, and sometimes even TikTok enriches me. I get so much of 30-second ka gyan.
Thank you. And a quick question to all of our panelists today. If you wouldn't be in Maritime, where would you be?
I'd love to be a lawyer. My father was in the maritime industry, and he wrote the constitution for the government of Yemen. And I've grown up with law at the breakfast table, lunch table, and dinner table. So I would love to be a lawyer, but far cry, because as I said, I'm not even a graduate.
Thank you for your candid answer.
I always wanted to be in television for some reason. Like a news anchor who does all the research and puts forward the news. I think I plan to retire soon, and podcast seems to be a good way forward. So I'm looking forward to something new.
Ma'am, I cannot imagine beyond shipping, but still I can say without shipping, I probably married and taking out water from some well in the village of Rajasthan. So I don't want to recollect. I'm very proud to be a daughter, woman, and seafarer, and I'm not ashamed of it.
Well, I cannot imagine not working for a shipping company because I love interacting with people. I love having my parties. I love talking, hearing stories, giving stories. So I think I'm in the right field and the right kind of profile, and I'm happy doing my job. That's why I think I'm here. But on a lighter note, maybe if I have to retire, I would do something like hosting events, and that's again connecting with people. So I think I'm getting there also very soon.
Thank you to all our panelists for amazing answers, and it's been a very enriching session. And I think if we have 2 minutes for question answers, Paolo, do we have time?
Can I just add something? I wanted to add something because something Deputy DG mentioned and some people mentioned. Someone, I don't know, maybe Mrs. Joshi mentioned about and the policies of Government of India getting more and more women going into sea. And then what will happen when so many women go into sea? When they come back, and opportunities? So some quick statistics for everyone. Shipping Corporation, I'm so addicted to saying that. All cargo group where I work, in our international operations, around the world, with all our 260 offices and all that, the female-male ratio, 60% are women. All economies which are, set economies which have reached there, in logistics and offshore, I'm talking about people who work, I'm sorry, onshore and logistics, supply chain, women are more than men. But in India, Sri Lanka, and our part of the world, it's still, I think on SCI, 20% is women, 80% is men. So when you girls or women, ladies come back, believe me, there will be tons of jobs because you will take another 4-5 years and you come back. And I hope India is going through Amrit Kal and all the promises come true. There will be so much of job opportunity because from 20% to go to 60%, right? There is going to be a leap happening and there's going to be a lot of job opportunity. So my request here to Deputy DG and to Salia is, while you're doing a lot of work for, seafarers' wives and you've now included also women in logistics and supply chain, why don't you look at using DG, using your good offices, using AMTOY, some organizations like this, and look at the lady seafarers who are coming back and putting them in a position where they get into positions of opportunity on the shore. And that would be a reason why a lot of women, they want to go to shipping, to sailing, and come back knowing I'll get a job here. So that could be an opportunity.
It's already there. I am recruiting every single day. So what you're saying is not something that is going to happen. Entrepreneurs like myself are ready to recruit every single day women who had experience on the ship and now want a shore job. So it's not in the future, it's right now happening in the present.
Thank you for adding your points. My point was having an organized way, so you can measure it. Like I remember what Mr. Shetty was mentioning. Everything has been measured. So this year, how many women have come back from the sea? How many have joined private sector? What the kind of organization? India has thousands and thousands of shipping companies, logistic companies, who'd be happy to have young women who've got 4-5 years of sailing. They come with a different perspective. Everybody doesn't have to come as a chartered accountant and MBA or whatever, So I'm just saying, it is an organization where they can come and apply. Why are women, I don't know about the young lady on my left, but I think a lot of women don't go to sea for a lot of reasons. And one of them could be that when I come back, then what for me? So that's what I was trying to get at.
We have a lot of openings nowadays within the shipping companies where they're absorbing the women seafarers. So right now the situation is fairly under control, but like you said, with more increasing numbers, we will have to look at a bigger, longer trajectory. And I'm sure, the DG is taking the kind of steps, and we together will definitely, like you advise, we would definitely look into this and work on some kind of a platform where women coming back from sea are able to get into proper corporate jobs. Thank you, Sumita, for sharing that.
They will have a pool of women, not necessarily women, people, and never gender conscious. Where we can recruit from within the industry instead of looking from.
Definitely. All your points have been taken, and we will look into this. Yeah, we're actually running short of time, so just like 1 minute more here.
Well, as we assure to, we send the people on ship and stuff. So we have, in fact, my company, we have the women sailing. We give them show jobs. Yeah, we observe them. So we do that.
Thank you all, and it has been a lovely session this morning, interacting with you all and knowing your journeys, your challenges. And I'm sure there's a lot of insights to take back from this session. May I now request for the photograph,
Thank you, Salia, and to all our panelists. The session was so engaging, so interesting, and so inspiring with the impact that these elegant women up on stage have in the Maritime, have had, and will continue to have on the industry's future. Let's give them a round of applause as we celebrate the support and successes that have defined their journey. I request Captain Pradhan and Ms. Nico Brown to felicitate the moderator and our participants. Miss Nafisa Holuboy. Miss Sumita Banerjee. Miss Rubia Bano. Can we have a group picture, please? We now have a tea break of 10 minutes. May I request you all to please be seated at 12:30. You can bring your tea, coffees inside the venue. Please be seated at 12:30.
देखता हूँ अभी उधर जाते हैं क्या लोग। You are sitting there.
May I request our speakers for the next session to be ready.
Any particular thing you want us to discuss here? Can we have 3 microphones in the audience, please? Any particular subject that you want to discuss here? Yes. I want one microphone to the wonderful and beautiful lady. Yes, it is.
Okay. Hi, I'm Ishita Chattopadhyay from Confidence Shipping. So I'd like to listen to the panelists' view on their play between male and female leadership roles and how they perceive, accept, balance, and work.
Fantastic. Yes, I think this is a tailor-made question for Mrs. Joshi. But before I go on to Mrs. Joshi, I would like to say that the topic will give you a small kind of storytelling on how this topic emerged. So I knew a person who was a part of a group called Alcoholic Anonymous, and mind you, I was not a part of that group. I just know that person who was a part of that group. Right, so I came to know of his association. Unfortunately, he had been an alcoholic for years. He was into this rehab and Alcoholic Anonymous. It's an international group, and I found out that the management team of Alcoholic Anonymous are all people who've been alcoholics a certain amount of time themselves. So the question is, do you need to be an alcoholic to understand an alcoholic? I mean, if I want to understand an alcoholic, doesn't mean that I become an alcoholic. But what I mean is, does an alcoholic understand an alcoholic better? So this is not a debate, but the topic is women mentoring women. When you talk about, is mentoring women better than women mentoring women, or even men mentoring women? So I'll go around the house. 1 minute to each of you. Can we have 2 microphones on stage, because I don't generally leave my mic. So when I have one, yeah, there. So Della, 1 minute to you, and if you cross 1 minute anyway, I'm going to interrupt you. So some things are switched on only from the back. Right, Della. 1 minute to you. Tell me what you do, how do you help women in Maritime, and what do you do for women in Maritime?
Dr. Dana Shroff, and I'm the Superintendent for Mental Health and Wellness with Bernard Schulte Ship Management. As far as the women seafarers' mental health and well-being goes, I look into the psychometric profiles. I understand the psychometric assessment, particularly areas where psychological development is required. I create, design and deliver training modules related to mental health, particularly resilience and psychological safety. Thank you.
Fantastic, Della. Coming back to Minnie, this is a women gathering. Yes, 80% of the, I'm going to say 80% of the men are women. 80% of the audience are women, okay? Because it's a women in maritime event. Firstly, you are a woman of repute. You are the master mariner. What is the message that you pass to all the master mariners? I know this is a cliche thing which over and over again you must have answered. Tell us one thing that you want to tell the people who are going to follow in your footsteps and come up as women seafarers.
Good afternoon, everyone. I just wanted to say, follow your dream and be passionate. Whatever you are doing, whether it is small thing, big thing, enjoy it. Because if you are going to enjoy it, then you are going to excel it. And as a working female, whether it is at shore, on board, everywhere, you have to make a balance between your work life as well as your family life. We cannot forget our career for our family. Similarly, we cannot forget our family for our career. So it depends upon the priority, at what stage the preference you are giving to your family or for your career life. After being a mother also, I left my 8-month kid at home and I went back to sailing. So it depends upon the time-to-time situation, your priority changes, and then you can excel in any field.
But Minnie, after being a father also, I left my 8 months, and went back to sea. I mean, I'll come back to this. I don't even know the
But it is a very difficult for a mother leaving an 8-month kid.
Is it? Yes. So like I said, I don't want to be a bit Shashank. Shashank, you've been a brand ambassador for training. I mean, Shashank is the representative for training in IMEC, International Maritime Employees Council in India. Shashank is the MDM global head, national head, and MD of MTM. And he's got a very, very vivid career as far as his expertise and experience is concerned.
Shashank, women in maritime mentoring. Do you think women can be better mentors to women, or that role can also be done by men?
I think when we talk about equity, when we talk about inclusive culture, it should not be based on gender. When it comes to mentoring, a male or female both can do the part equally good. I have seen it on board, and even assure also in offices that women are doing even better at times mentoring than a male counterpart. So it is not necessary that one particular gender does better or others not. So I would say that gender doesn't play any role.
Okay, I'm going to go back to the audience now. How many of you feel that women can mentor women better? Raise of hands. Yeah. No, I'm asking you. I'm just having a raise of hand. Do you think women are better mentors to women? And men, and men. I was not even going into that. And women are already mentors of men in every household. Mentor is important whether it's a female or a mentor. Yes, ma'am. Gender plays no role. I mean, if we had an accolade for mentorship, I don't think anybody would have won it. I'll come back to Mrs. Joshi. Mrs. Joshi, I can do a whole event with you and not still not be enough. But I want you to start with answering, since Ishita has put a wonderful question, and I'm going to start with the leadership role.
Yeah. So I think that got partly answered during this, but before to make this more interesting, because I think our first association started with a fire chat. And I think that's what I'm going to repeat today by telling the audience that I agree to disagree with everything that Shaukat is going to say here, so that it becomes more vibrant and more interesting, because the more you challenge, the better you become.
I'm used to that. I have a wife, 25 years marriage.
And I'm not the yes sir type, so I'm not going to agree with everything. So to start with, I disagree with the title of the panel, which talks about uplifting women. Are we downtrodden and
That is why I said, have an event where we are equally paced with 50% men and 50%.
So I think we should be replacing that uplifting with supporting. And uplifting itself is a very downtrodden type of thing.
Round of applause to
So that is one thing. The second thing is, you talked about alcoholics understanding alcoholics better. I don't agree.
I said I knew somebody.
No, but you said that we having this session about women mentoring women because you consider that alcoholics can understand. So going by that bias and that prejudice, I think I suffered when I entered the maritime industry, because I did not have a maritime background. And the rest is history. So I didn't have to be a mariner or a part of the maritime industry to be successful in the maritime industry. So that is number 2. She's already sweating, I think.
I came prepared. I mean, somebody mentioned in my last session, somebody mentioned, do you start, which quote do you like? So I like this quote.
But this is only for, making it interesting. No feelings at all.
Even if there is, I will not take it.
So answering your question with respect to male and female leaders, I think we all would have studied management, and this is something which I have particularly emphasized all my life, that leadership is, there is nothing like a woman leader or a male leader. It is leadership which is important, and the leadership traits. And Nafisa also said that, and even with respect to mentoring, we said it's gender neutral. You can be a leader at any stage. You don't have to be at the top of an organization to be a leader. A leader is, you have, children being leaders in school. You find there are some who are more active and more aggressive than the others. So leadership starts right from the school, right from the time you've got children at home. You find there is one child who is more active. So these are leadership traits. And there is nothing like which defines a woman leader distinctly from a male leader. So we've got to be gender neutral.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. Ma'am, I'll come back to you on this. wonderful thing that you said about leader and children leader. In our industry is almost, I think, 50 years behind to what the non-maritime industry does. And we have a lot of reverse mentoring and in the outside world where people look to imagine another officer going and trying to mentor a captain. I mean, it's just like abnormally, it seems abnormal, but that is what reverse mentoring is. I'll take a raise of hand from here. How many of you can see Priyanka? Because I'm blocking her. Can you see Priyanka? No. Priyanka? No, you can take the seat for that. I'll stand. That's okay. Now, how many you can see her? Priyanka, you've been in well-being. And by the way, a big round of applause to Anglo-Eastern. Because Anglo-Eastern is really nice and other companies as well. But Anglo-Eastern's got a very solid forum for well-being. Priyanka is here. She'll tell you. Priyanka, how does well-being translate into only for women? Do you do this only for women, well-being, or for all the seafarers together?
So first of all, I would like to thank you for making part of this esteemed panel and for this great event. These kind of events for this special day is very, very important. No, so coming back to the question, it is not about only women seafarers, it's about the seafarers. So anybody who's joining the seafaring community, it's about the well-being of that particular person. So answering it in a short way. And of course, I agree with Mr. Joshi, it's not about the topic, it's not about uplifting, but it is definitely going to define the future of maritime.
Fantastic. Round of applause for Sailor Today, who's going live. And from the morning in Sailor Today YouTube channel, a big round of applause for Sailor Today, Captain Nadia. Because the last moment thing, I called him up yesterday and he says, definitely bids for MUI. I'll go up away. So thank you, Sailor Today team, for going live. You can share the live link with all your friends and colleagues who could not make it today. And thank you for coming. So I will straight away go to the audience now, instead of asking questions to the panelists. Students, I told you I'll come back to you. How many of you want to ask a question to Minimati? I mean, you can ask to Captain Shashank as well and me as well. But how many of you want to ask to Captain Mini Verma? Any questions from the students? ये तो सिलेबस से बाहर पूछा हूँ मैं तो कैसे आप लोग बता? Any students don't want to ask people? Listen, one thing I want to tell you: if you are a student, if you have been given the opportunity and chance to come at events, ask questions. If you can't ask questions, doesn't make a sense. It doesn't make a. So you want me to come back to you for after 1 minute? You want to go on to ChatGPT and Google and find out a question or something like that? So you can do that. Okay. So audience, I'm going to open the house now straight away in the panel and we'll take it question wise. Any questions? Yes. You want me to take it?
My question is, as a woman in the maritime industry, or just as a woman, enhancing your career, did you find other women support you, or did you feel you had to prove yourself to other women colleagues in your respective careers and the men? So I just want to know, do women actually help facilitate other women in their journeys, in their careers?
That's a wonderful question. I remember a DP which I saw, and I have, a thing of finding out, DPs of people. I mean, not that I do it for everybody, but Saleh, one day, a year back, I saw that you had put up a DP where you said, your question reminds me of something, when you said that, what was that power of the crown or somebody else's, do you remember that? What was that?
Helping put on the crown onto other women, yeah.
Yes. Yes. Supporting the crown onto the head of other women. Who wants to take this? Della, you want to take this? Can I have, yeah?
Thank you very much for inviting me to share the dais with all these distinguished speakers here. So to answer your question, when you see a successful woman, climbing up the career ladder, of course, the others would feel inspired, would feel influenced, to also tread that path. But at the same time, there is a lot of self-doubt which women have. Somewhere at the back of your mind, there are these questions which persist. Will my opinions be valued? Will I be able to make a difference just as this successful woman? Will I be taken seriously? So when this self-doubt is existing, they may kind of, at the same time, as they are being inspired and influenced by this successful woman, they may also feel that they can't relate to her, because that competitive pressure is also there. So they may feel that somewhere, I may need to compete, and consequently, they may feel unaccomplished, and that may lead to further self-doubt, and that may lower one's self-esteem. So one good way would be that you inspire, you take inspiration from the successful women, the women leaders, ask questions, as one of the earlier speakers also mentioned, ask questions, push and move out of your comfort zone. That will lead to more confidence, and also it will lead to an environment of collaboration where the people who are below the successful person are also able to embrace their unique strengths and contributions and grow subsequently. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You want to say something? Yes. Was this answered, do you think?
I hope I've answered your question.
You want to add to this? Yeah.
I think your question was whether in the career path the women get supported by other women. I think that was your specific question. So when you're talking about the maritime industry, we've already done the statistics. There are very few women. So the majority is the men. And second point is, at least my experience when I entered the maritime industry was that women were substantially meek and submissive. And they were actually greatly dominated by the powerful men in the industry. And even Saleha talked about starting the MUI Women's Wing also in 2017. If I reflect back, even Vista was there in 2014, but not doing anything great. So I don't know whether it coincided with the dramatic storm that I brought into the industry, which made everybody get up and realize that if she can do it, so can we. I think that built up the confidence. So when we are talking about mentorship and about influencing, so I think it makes a lot of difference if you can see a strong woman on the top. She helps to inspire. She actually works like a lighthouse, a beacon of light to guide, inspire, give confidence and courage to all the younger women who are out there. And this influence can be both direct as well as indirect. The direct one I'm talking about is mentoring, coming into contact, being visible. And I think I'm sufficiently visible right from the time I was
sitting in the middle. That's right. I said because you're sitting in the middle. You're hardly visible.
Let me hide behind the chair.
Priyanka, I'll come back to you. You wanted to say something. I'll come back. And Shashank, my next question. Come back? Yeah, I'll come back to you on that. Shashank, I'll come back to you with a question which I have in mind. Priyanka.
Yes, I just wanted to add, and I think she has very nicely put it. I also wanted to talk about the representation, So at this moment, I would talk about worldwide. It is 38% of the roles, I'm talking about worldwide jobs, is with women, and out of which 28% of the topmost job around the world is the topmost. The topmost jobs are with women. And if I come back to the maritime industry, 34% are the people, women sitting in the shore jobs, and only 2% are sailing women. Okay, so there is a scarcity which is developed. So there is no sense of abundance. So that's why mentoring is required. We need men who were there, who are there to be mentors to the women, and the women who have broken the glass ceilings, they need to mentor the women and hold hands, pull them up, to create an environment of abundance. That is what is required, not pulling each other down because of the scarcity. We have to create an environment of abundance.
Fantastic. Where do you get all these numbers from? I mean, let me give you one more number.
I'm bugged up for you.
Let me give you one more number. 100% of the housewives are also women. Okay, meaning have you ever been whenever I go on to a women's event, there are certain cliched words which I hear: self-doubt. Again, there are 80% women, so there are no representation. But how many of you women here mentor men in your household? I mean, how many of you women here mentor your husbands? All, absolutely. If I were to ask this in a men program, no opportunity to mentor my wife. Okay? So have you ever felt this, that we talk about self-doubt? When you're on board also, in your house you're a mother, you are a sister, you become a wife. What are you on board? Other than become seafarer?
Yes, on board, I feel very responsible being a captain because I have the responsibility like a mother doing a responsibility of all the family. The similar manner, I have the responsibility being a master maker for all the seafarer, sea staff or the onboard staff what we have on board the ship. So, like means in other words, I can say कि it is a very easy sometimes for female to being a captain because she can take a very good care of her staff as compared to a male. Please, sorry on any of that. But yes, in the care part they can, and yes, the decision making power is also very quick in the female. Female are very strong minded. They can take decision very quickly, and they can be very firm at that decision also.
Shashank, I want to pit you against Mini. You're sitting ashore, right? And you are sitting ashore. And Mini is your recruit. I mean, you want Mini to join one of your ships. How will you, if you have to mentor Mini as a seafarer, what is it that you're going to do?
I think, again, I go back to the previous thing. I will first of all not distinguish between while hiring her as a seafarer, because for me, seafarer is a seafarer, whether it is a male or female. So from that point onwards, the mentoring, familiarization, training, all will follow the same path. We generally do it for male counterpart. And when it comes to mentoring, I think if it all depends on the individual one, depending on how many years of experience they have. Accordingly, I think the mentoring will follow.
Fantastic. Della, you work with a lot of psychology stuff with seafarers. Do you think women are... That's my question.
Sorry, what's the question?
I say, do you think you have to do certain extraordinary initiatives or some special initiatives for women that's not meant for men? Something which is different, of course, one size doesn't fit all, right?
I think one important message that needs to go across is that you need to be proud of who you are. That acceptance and that validation that yes, you can perform, you can succeed is important. So as far as the trainings go, whether anything extra would need to be done, I would say one is of course whatever you are doing, whether it's a role on board the ship or whether it's a role on shore, you need to have passion. Whatever rank, whatever position you belong to, inculcating or building that passion and then encouraging through training to seek answers as far as knowledge base goes, becoming more resourceful, and also asking questions where you have certain doubts, and also seeking feedback, seeking constructive feedback from people whom you admire, whom you look up to, should be encouraged, I feel.
Fantastic. So again, I'll come back to you as the audience. I want you to write down questions which you're going to ask Priyanka. Priyanka is in well-being of seafarers. Madam is leadership roles. Shashank is into training and mentorship. Minnie is a former sailor, and Della is on psychological training. So write down your question which you want to ask any of them, and we'll come back to you. Have you called up your wardens yet to find out what question you're going to ask? Students? Have you called up your principal to ask? Yes! One big round of applause. Give her a mic, please. One round of applause for your courage to ask question. One round of applause for the question after it ends. Okay? Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I would like to ask Minnie ma'am one question, that if a male or female, anybody discourage you, what is your what is your point of prescription? How do you take it? Like, what is one point? You take it as a discourage, or you want to overcome it and show it to that you can do it?
So let me rephrase this. I think what you want to ask is, if somebody discourages you, how do you take that and how do you deal with this?
It's a very good question and a very common also, but I would like to say that if anybody says anything to you, you want to take it as a discouragement, but I will take it as a challenge that if anybody is saying anything that means I have a scope of improvement. So take it in a positive note and do your work. Prove yourself by your work, not by the word. Just take it as a positive thing.
Yeah, fantastic. There's a quote again. I come back to the quote, not this one, but the quote. Yeah. So when your work speaks, do not interrupt, please. But lovely round of applause for the young lady who asked the question. Is there any other students who want to follow Mr. Barnes' question? Any other students who wants to ask a question? Yes, one more. Yes, please. Can we have a microphone, please? Courier to her.
Good afternoon, everyone present all over here.
Please say your name.
Yes, my name is Cadet Anusha Bhosle. I am from James Lonavala, from ETO batch. Actually, my question is to Ma'am Meena Ma'am. Sorry, Mini Ma'am. Sorry, Ma'am.
What did you say? Your name is James Lonavala?
No, my name is Anusha.
Anusha.
I am from James. Okay, so ma'am, as you said that women are good in mentally decisions, taking mentally decisions. So how you challenged for physical strength? So you on board many men seafarers also challenged you. Also question on your physical strength, right? So how you get out of it many times?
Yeah, Minnie, please.
Yeah, sometimes yes, we do face problem on board the ship with respect to our physical strength. But mentally also we can solve this problem. With the socialization on board, if you are not able to do any type of work, do not hesitate to ask for assistance. If you feel free, if you are being socialized, if you are fair enough to ask for the help, everyone will be able to do. Most of the male candidates are there, some young candidates are there who are not able to open the big crossover walls, which are very difficult to learn. So it is very okay thing that sometimes we do face a physical problem, physical challenges, strength challenges on board.
Thank you very much. So we have 10 minutes now, and we go to the. So we are anyway having the question answer session. So God has made man, and God has made woman. So people say after God has made woman, He has never rested. But the thing is, we have men's tennis and we have women's tennis. We can't expect women to play men's tennis. It's the constitution is different, right? So yeah. Any questions for Radhika? Yes. I know you want to ask something very interesting now. Dr. Radhika.
Good afternoon, esteemed panel. I'm Dr. Radhika Vakharia. My question is very specific. We have been discussing two concepts here. I think Captain Jahagirdar did mention it. Gender equality and equity. Now, just in a nutshell, a lot of times we use these two concepts synonymously, but there's a stark difference between the two. So I will just explain it in maybe one or two lines and then I will continue with my question. So when we say gender equality and gender equity, the two concepts obviously are different. So one example for it is that if you have a piece of pizza and 4 people to eat the pizza, what would you do?
Order another pizza.
No. You have only one. You don't have all the other options there of ordering and all that stuff. So no multiple options, shocker. So ideally you would divide them into 4 pieces and give it to 4 people around. Okay. But if of those 4 people, you find that 2 are hungrier than the rest of 2, what would you then do? Divide it into only 2 parts and give it to the 2 who are hungrier and not give it to the 2 who are there. Okay, I don't think that's a very great option. Now the question is, most of the industries have moved from equality to equity, and we are still debating as a maritime sector, where should our shift be? So is it the right time to move from gender equality to equity? Because if we say equity, then we must give what each gender deserves. So my
fantastic, a lovely question.
Should there be a shift?
Yeah. So I think as Shaukat mentioned, it's a very relevant question. Just to share with you, same thing we discussed 2 weeks back in IMEC conference in Southampton, and we are also taking it up globally at global level, because there are a lot of companies here I can see are doing it individually as company, but what we would like to see is if organizations come up and do something for entire industry. So a lot of work has been in progress. Just to share with you, there is a recently Global Maritime Forum has started something called All Aboard Alliance, where they have asked companies to participate in the survey. So there are about 16 companies who have decided to go for it, and there are about 5 to 7 female seafarers on each vessel, and there are loads of surveys which are being rolled out to get feedback from that. And once the report is ready, that will be shared within the industry. But coming back to your specific question, equality and equity, I think what we need to do is prepare a platform or a benchmark where all are being treated equally, and then whatever infrastructure facility is required, that should be supported.
Thank you. Yes, please supplement coming from Mr. Joshi.
Dr. Bakaria, I would tend to say that whatever we do needs to be in a very balanced manner, and we don't need to go too far with the concept. Because sometimes when you overdo it, you may be doing more damage than benefit to the very gender that we are wanting to support. Why I'm saying that is that there was a recent discussion about giving menstrual leave. I mean, we are all very open nowadays, so I can talk about that from the stage, from this podium. Now, just imagine women seafarers out there, already there is a lot of bias, and there was a question, they are still considered to be physically a little weak, they are not able to do. So now, obviously considering that the contract periods are sufficiently long, from about 6 months to sometimes 9 months also, so obviously they will be having their menstrual cycle every month. So should they not be, now I am asking a question to you, should they not be working during the menstrual cycle? That's exactly what I'm saying, that equity needs to be not played too much.
Yeah. So I didn't exactly mean to play a particular concept too much, but then if there is a requirement to give that sort of leave, maybe to a particular A, B or C lady at that point of time based on genuine reasons.
So what happens to the women who are today in the army and in the air force in combat roles?
Yes.
What happens to the athletes? What happens to the athletes who are going for competing? See, what you need to understand is, this is indirectly playing your gender card. And I think this, when it is carried too far, it doesn't help to support women. In fact, it weakens women.
Yes, I do agree there has to be a balance.
Why don't we take this offline again during the lunch break? And hungry mind is an angry mind. I don't want to keep people waiting for lunch. Okay. This is something, अभी मुझे क्या लग रहा है, अभी इतना सारे events लास्ट 2 हफ्ते से women in maritime, लड़के लोग को तो मतलब going forward, I don't think guys will ever get a chance to go on board. So I'm going to come back to this. We will maybe having 10 years down the line, diversity on men, diversity and events like this, men in maritime. Okay, so let's have a clap on that. I mean, we have to just work towards that. So, by the way, another very big clap for Joshi ma'am for leading the ship of sending and channelizing and leading the first ever all women ship in SCI. So she was the leader. Yes, imagine, and let's play a game here. I'm going to play a game now with the panelists. Imagine there is an all-woman ship like Mrs. Joshi ma'am had conceived, and आपको एक लड़का वो जहाज में भेजना है. See, एक लड़का भेजना तो आदमी लोग के साथ laughing now. You can't even imagine. So now, Priyanka, you have to mentor that one boy.
Before she answers, that's why we selected Swam Krishna.
So you have one boy going on an all-woman ship, and mind you, in the next 10 years, वही होगा. And And what is your mentorship? What words will you give to that boy? You know.
Okay, if you're reversing the situation, just now you're talking about reverse mentoring. So reversing the situation, so in that case, what we do for women and similar thing we are going to do for the men. So we, at this point, we are preparing the women seafarers. So at that point, we will prepare the men seafarers and prepare the vessel as well. You know, so there are a lot of checklists to be followed. Mentoring, when it comes, then we will mentor that, okay, it's about job, take your job seriously, that is what you are going for on the vessel. Don't play a gender card again, okay, and it is about job, take your job seriously, go and learn, you know, and do your best. That will be the mentorship that I'll give.
So a boy going on a all-girl ship has to have a separate checklist. एक तो बच के रहना, इतना मोल लेना, एक तो अकेला ब्रिज पे मत जाना. IMO will come out with a new code. नहीं, IMO खाली एक्सीडेंट के बाद ही कोड निकालता है, by the way. तो ये एक्सीडेंट एक ब्रिज पे होगा तो ही men women का एक्सीडेंट होगा तो ही कोड निकलेगा, नहीं तो नहीं निकलेगा. We'll have a new law. Yeah, so this is an MUI event, and Saleha wanted to do the first session because she says I want to do a chai pe charcha, and there was actually tea served. So Saleha, my session should always be in the evening. Now we'll do a round pe charcha. I don't want to do a chai pe charcha because we just have tea. I'm not alcoholic. I mean for the panelists. I'm going to moderate how many legs each one of them have.
He wants to ensure that nobody opposes him.
Okay, coming back. Yes, coming back to the audience, sir. I want to go, now we have basic, we have leaders here, MDs and CEOs. I want to open the house to Mr. Vinit Gupta and Captain Deepak Korea. I want them to ask a question please on the panelists. By the way, they are change makers, they do policies, they are leaders, they have a lot of seafarers, they are mentors. And sir,
Shaukat, I have one thing playing in my mind, you know. That's lately mental well-being is the key for the women, men, all seafarers. Where was it 15, 20, 30 years ago? Madam can maybe ask, I can answer, was there a problem that time or it was not there? Then why was it not there? Why is the latest count down? Where it is coming from?
I can take this question.
Very interesting one actually.
Question तो आपने बोला ही नहीं उन्होंने, उन्होंने बोल रहा है.
हो गया ना, question हो गया.
So again, you know, let's take, as Joshi ma'am said, about example of defense. Few years back, or maybe 10, 15 years back, there were no female in you know, the combat or on the front. They were all खाली घर पे था, front पे. Correct. Now we have women, you know, leading the front. We have fighter pilots, right? So I think the changes, there has to be some time where, you know, the change starts.
No, I was asking a different question altogether. Madam Ashish understood that. She understood.
So I think when we are talking about well-being and mental issues, this is something which has surfaced very recently, and I think this is primarily because of our lifestyle. This primarily comes from the insecurity because, you know, now today we are a nation of 1.4 billion population. And with that, you know, the jobs are so scarce, the positions are so scarce, the competition has increased, media plays a certain role. It's creating tremendous stress on people. And added to that is the screen time that we spend. I think that is destructive, and that instead of helping you, that is an invasion, you know. And that creates a lot of stress because you're seeing such unwanted things on the media, which was not there 10, 15 years back, and I think we lived a more healthy lifestyle. So, but said that, I think that's today a very important issue, and we have to be more open and vocal to the fact that depression, mental illness is something which is very common, and we need to recognize it and try to address the issue.
Thank you, ma'am. We are going to finish in the next 5 minutes. जैसे आप बोले ना 1.4 billion views, जैसे हम लोग जा रहे हैं ना, खाली after 5-6 years ना अंधेरी में चाइना आ जाएगा. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to give a chance to Deepak, and then I'm going to go to Dr. Bhavdani, yes, and after that Naveen Pandit sir, and then we.
Yeah, so some days back at another event, I was put in a spot. So I had to debate. Ms. Joshi was there. And the question was, is enough being done to promote women in maritime?
We had a debate,
and I had to say yes, enough is being done. So I asked this question to the panelists: is enough being done to promote?
I want to
women in
ask
maritime?
Mini this question instead of, because she's a sailor, she's an ex-sailor, and Mini a sailor. In just one sentence, is enough being done for women in
Nothing
maritime?
is enough.
मुझे तो लग रहा है उससे भी ज़्यादा हो रहा है.
उससे भी ज़्यादा हम कर सकते हैं because they are very small things like about the PPE kit what we used to wear on board the ship. Sometimes when I joined the ship, with due respect, we have to wear the baggy boiler suits and the unspecific size of the safety shoes and all that. So we have to concentrate on the small issues.
But we do have.
Now we have that.
Especially
The
women.
fleet. I'm working with the fleet, and fleet has taken the initiative after working for 10 years, that now we are making specific PPE kit, all the boiler suits and everything, the gloves and everything for the female seafarer.
Very good. So I'll go back to Dr. Bhavnani. You have something to say? Yes, ma'am. I'll come back to you. Let's go to Dr. Bhavnani, sir. Very short question because, like I said, 2 minutes. Can I have a microphone? Yes.
So well, Shaukat, I think you have this knack of putting everybody, in a spot. So
men.
No, I think men and women both. So anyway, first of all, I think this event is a very, very grand event, and it's so inspiring, and it is so much encouraging to hear everybody speak here. And I really wish that we could have, many more events like this, and the whole industry is going to be different in a few years from now. Anyway, since you've only given me a short time, so I need to come to the point. I heard this fact about one boy going on a ship which is manned by all women. Are we looking at a different kind of a mental illness there?
लड़की लोग का या लड़के लोग का? कहाँ कौन सा बोल रहे हो? जहाज पे मतलब who's the one who's going or one who's already on board?
Both ways.
Then nobody wants to take this.
No, I take it.
So when nobody wants to take anything, we'll definitely take it.
So, Bhavnani sir, you are very right that I've said this earlier also. Whoever is in minority tends to get intimidated. So whether it be a man or a woman, if the numbers change, the entire psychology of the person who is in minority will undergo a change. You will see the man being more submissive, getting intimidated, being very careful. His normal male chauvinism and his will undergo a change. And that is where I tend to agree with what I'll take a मैं थोड़ा सा change एक बार agree कर लेती हूँ आपसे that the man seafarer would require a certain amount of mentoring if he's going to be amongst majority women, because the women can become very intimidating if they get together, and as it is, women are very strong and powerful.
Okay, I'll come back to Nalin Pandey sir if you have any questions, and then before that I'll come back to ma'am. Yes. Guys, one more thing. Fastest feedback. First, you have a feedback at the. You have one of the scan codes is for the feedback. Stay throughout the event and then put your feedback online. So, yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Just very good afternoon, and I'm Dr. Meena Ravishankar. I'm from Great Eastern Lonavala. It is all for a general. It's a general question. I feel that why not to just improve the gender targets, equity. Why not the companies try to sponsor the girl cadets, especially in the institute, while training, so that we can also help the financially challenged families, and they can rather put their girls into the.
So can I rephrase your question to see whether we have understood it? You mean can companies not sponsor?
Sponsors.
We have a lot of companies I think sponsoring.
Because the girl cadets, you can increase the gender target.
I was at an institute 1 month back when there was a campus interview going on, and that campus interview was being done by one of the largest companies in the world, and they only come to interview women, girls. So that was a very encouraging. In fact, I went back and said, why? When you're talking at people, let's see why you only come to interview girls. But what he told me is that he told me it's a wonderful, beautiful thing. He told me, see, we need more women to set the balance, the psychological balance on ships. And women bring. I personally feel, and that's why in the house I'm a favorite. My wife is. I always feel that women have much better skills than men in handling men and women. And that those skills, if you can come on board with more women, I think there's a wonderful balance. But yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. You gave a lot of good points about it.
But just to address your question, today MTI, as Captain Manish mentioned, showed statistics already sponsoring the girl cadets, and then followed by many other sponsorships. So it's not 100%, but to a certain extent, it's already there.
That's really good. I just want to add to this. Like, I'm coming from a company which doesn't promote sponsorships. We are underlined by merit. So we take people on merit basis only. What the need is basically to create more awareness about this career. This career which is so rewarding. I'll talk about Anglo-Eastern. They are going and reaching out to more schools. I also applaud the initiative by DG that they are taking NCC cadets to the academy, our own academy, to show what cadet looks like, what this career looks like, what they're going to do. This is basically needed to create more base and more women applying to this kind of career.
That's too good, man.
Okay, so I think, like I said, I'm the one who was chasing up all the other moderators to finish in time, and so we come to the end of this. And only one question, anybody wants? I saw a raise of hand. Yes, Captain Manish Gupta. I can't say no anyway to you. So.
This is not a question, actually, just experience sharing. Actually, I was supposed to leave after first session, but Captain Pradhan told me that you will miss out a very important session. And I am thankful to Captain Pradhan that he told me, and I stayed back. And it's really worth attending this session. And now I personally extend this invitation on behalf of DG Shipping to join hands for Sagar Mein Samman. We have very talented people here who can contribute for well-being module and for the gender diversity. So I will definitely contact on behalf of DG Shipping. I will contact Sanya Madam or through Joshi Madam to rest of the panel members. Thank you.
Big round of applause for SHYAM JAGANNATHAN. Also, I've been very close to him, and he is a person of immense repute. He takes things very seriously as far as women in maritime is concerned. Very deep into making policies, and I know all the meetings that he does. So I want to thank him for sending us that video. Yeah. So, like I said, any last? You have a question, or you want me to stop, or what?
Since Captain Manish Kumar did not have a question, he was just extending thanks. I have a question for Captain Mini Verma. You are a captain, a lady captain. What if a lady cadet or a lady junior officer joins your ship? You are ready to mentor the lady officer, lady cadet. But what if the cadet, the lady officer, is not up to the mark, or as some of the panelists said, they are playing a women's card. Okay, what do you do at that time? Do you keep on mentoring? Do you keep your mouth shut? She's a lady, let her go. What do you do at that time?
See, on that.
I think पहले तो शोल्डिंग बंद करो, इसके बाद जो करना है करो.
Yes, like Joshi Madam said, whenever we are doing the things in a very great manner, sometimes it becomes a very negative also. So sometimes the female, yes, we will play the woman card also. But being a female, definitely I'll come to know, first thing. The second thing, here we learn about the two types of coaching or two types of mentoring, the push and the pull. Means if you know that someone is not learning, you have to push them. You have to be very strict and straightforward with that particular guy. No, you have to do this. You have to do it. You keep busy with her with some work or something. There are so many lots of work, shifts never stops and the work never finishes. So you just distract her with all other things and make her concentrate on the work. Then definitely.
Fantastic. Round of applause for all the panelists. Come back on you again. Before we end, sir, अभी आपको भी तो ना नहीं बोल सकता है, but then
No, I have no question. I will just to what Deputy DG said about this is a NMDC, National Maritime Day Celebration Committee, and we have formed a separate Women's Day celebration. And I am very happy to announce and say that last our NMDC function, which was held on 18th of May, was absolutely and totally planned, managed, and conducted by the women.
Fantastic.
So please be assured that women are being taken due care and importance in the Director General Shipping, and we are having regular sessions, meetings, and inter-rule seminars and conferences exclusively for women.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Big round of applause. Before I go on to the mementos, I want each one of you to tell me one line, only one line, no, only one sentence, one line. Men in Maritime.
Men in Maritime.
One line only. What do you think?
Men in Maritime continue to empower, and let's make it a collaborative effort.
Fantastic. Yes. Men in Maritime. Absolutely.
Very nice. Be supportive and take the challenge, whatever it is coming.
Fantastic. I thought you'd say men in Maritime. सोचना पड़ेगा.
So one line I agree with Della's, but absolutely we need to definitely support and create a environment, create a
one line.
So continue. Okay. One line.
Men in Maritime, 3 cheers for Captain Shaukat for having So, without planning, without having a pre-decided questions and just throwing it open to us, he's emboldened all the women.
Men in Maritime, one line. करता ही नहीं है क्या? Women का event है.
So, men in Maritime, embrace the change. Women are coming.
I will add to that. Embrace the change. Women are already here. Guys, please again round of applause till we come back and lunch and 7-course lunch and then we come back. Don't go away. And now is the time to felicitate all of you. Without you, the panel wouldn't have been so successful as it is. Thank you so much. Thank you, Maritime Union of India. Thank you, sir, for coming. Big round of applause for Captain Tushar Pradhan spearheading this. He's always told me that put your best in the event, whatever you do. And Saleha also, thank you for making this happen and making this successful, right? So I will ask Captain Tushar Pradhan here, please on stage, and Saleha also to felicitate the panelists.
Thank you, Captain Shaukat.
This is Joshi.
May I request Samia Jahan to come up on stage? Ms. Samia Jahan.
Captain Dr. SHYAM Jagadannathan. Captain Minnie Verma. Captain Minnie Verma, Miss Delna Shroff, Miss Delna Shroff, Miss Priyanka Gupta. And of course, how can we forget our moderator, Captain Shaukat Mukherjee? He's right up there in the center. May we have a group photo with all the panelists, please? We now have a lunch break for 1 hour. Please be seated on your seats at 2:30. Please be on your seats at 2:30, please. Our third session is a panel discussion on safe seas, supporting women seafarers at sea, moderated by Tejashree Kishore, Deputy Manager, Fleet Care, Fleet Management Limited. May I request Ms. Tejashree Kishore to come up on stage, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. May I please also request my wonderful panelists for waiting there intently for the panel discussion to begin. Dr. Neeta Madre, Ms. Priyanka, Ms. Deepthi, Dr. Girish Fadnis, Mr. Chirag. Once again, good afternoon and welcome to this significant panel discussion on supporting our women seafarers at sea. Many of the future women seafarers are present with us here in the audience, and I'm very overwhelmed to see the same. And I hope that our panel discussion gives you some good takeaways for your future in the maritime industry. The maritime industry has definitely been a cornerstone of global trade and economic development. However, it is only in recent years that the industry has begun to recognize and address the unique challenges that are faced by the women at sea. Together, we will gather to discuss these challenges, share our experiences, and explore actionable solutions to support and empower our women in this vital sector. So, without any further ado, I'd like to open the panel to Ms. Priyanka. She is our third officer working with fleet management, and fairly new in the industry. She's worked with 2 companies, and I'd like you to continue the introduction.
Good afternoon to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, and my beautiful cadets. I'm Priyanka from Fleet Management. I'm the third officer, and everybody knows that today's era, women have a significant mark in every field. आप कहीं भी देख लो, आपको गर्ल्स मिल ही जाएंगे. कोई भी फील्ड हो, आप ऑटो से का सफर तय कर लो. So I'm very grateful. I'm the seafarer who the command at 348 length of ship, and I really thanks to Fleet that he gave me that wings. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Priyanka. And we are definitely very privileged to have women increasing day by day within the company, and such powerful women with such exciting stories. If I may ask you, what inspired you to join this industry, and how was your, did you get good support at home, or were you self-sufficient? How was it for you joining this industry?
Okay, ma'am. अभी यहाँ पर बैठे हुए हर एक कैडेट्स का, हर एक गर्ल का एक तो रहता है कि यार कुछ करना है. तो वैसे ही मेरा था. मैं लखनऊ से छोटे से विलेज से हूँ, संडीला नाम है उसका. आई नो किसी ने सुना भी नहीं होगा. And I think I was in 11th, and मेरे एक कैप्टन ने मुझे एक्चुअली वो मेरे कॉलेज आए थे, एंड ही गिव मी दैट $1. आई वाज लाइक इसमें गांधी जी क्यों नहीं बने हैं. देन आई डिसाइड कि ये मुझे चाहिए, एंड रियली मुझे ये पता चला कि मर्चेंट नेवी ऐसा है जहाँ से आप अपना ये सफर तय कर सकते हो, एंड मैंने उसके पीछे अपना सब कुछ दे दिया. एंड रियली मेरी फैमिली इतनी सपोर्टिव थी कि मुझे लगा ही नहीं कि मैं नहीं कर सकती हूँ. एंड यू नो द सोसाइटी, फिर आ जाती है सोसाइटी, एंड इट स्टार्ट टू कट योर विंग्स. but never stop. I never stop. Actually, I start to the indoors maritime, and I spent it 12 months in a one contract. I'm very grateful because there's many people that small mindset also that तेरे से नहीं होगा, and I do that whole day chipping. I think not everyone knows that chipping work, and I do that chipping in whole day. And Sunday, my chief officer gave me only the chipping. You do the chipping only. And I was happy because मुझे मजा आ रहा था काम में, मुझे अच्छा लग रहा था यार ये. इसके बाद तो मेरी लाइफ सेट वाली फीलिंग, एंड आई स्टार्ट एंड देन फिर से वही कंपनी का फंडा नहीं ले रहे हैं. And then Fleet gave me a really very beautiful rigs, and I start with the Fleet. I remember that मैं कंपनी गई एंड मैंने वहाँ पर स्टार्ट किया कि मुझे करना है, एंड आई मीट विद मंजी सर एंड शेरडन सर ऑल्सो, एंड कहती ठीक है तुझे करना है हम देंगे लेकिन तुझे अच्छे से करना है. आई वाज लाइक आप दो तो मैं कर लूँगी. And then I start, and almost 10 months I was this type of girls, and I always said doing that ज़्यादा वाला contract. मेरे को ज़्यादा वाला contract चाहिए, and then I spent 10 months in Fleet, and I have no single issues, and I surrounded with the very good people, and I never realized I'm a girl because no one realized me that I feel I'm the same one, that this is my
Thank you so much, Priyanka. And the industry itself, it is very rewarding, like you rightly said. It is not just a sea of challenges, but a sea of opportunities. It makes you financially independent. You are spending some time on the ship, but then you have so much time to spend with your family. Which other job opportunity gives us that? And I think you do wonderful in this industry. I hope to see you as captain someday. Mr. Chirag, what would you like to contribute to our discussion? Especially since you're from ISWAN and you guys are doing such excellent work for the welfare of the seafarers, how would you portray your company, your organization to take care of our women who are in the ship?
Thanks very much. First of all, thank you for having me here. And kudos to our women seafarers, especially Priyanka for sharing her story. Really passionate and inspiring. And to all women cadets who are sitting here, I think it's a wonderful journey ahead of you. So you have heard from Priyanka. I think just believe in yourself and look at your passion for the industry. Well, in ISWAN is seafarer. We are a sea-based welfare charity based in UK, and we operate at 24/7, 365 days a year, confidential, free of cost helpline for seafarers worldwide, including for women seafarers. And if I'm going to look at the data, what the data is telling us in the helpline, in the last year, 2023 quarter, we reported a significant increase in the reports coming to the helpline that the women seafarers especially the women seafarers are facing a lot more challenges around mental health and well-being at sea. And when we try to look at the data on try to understand that what the causes are there on mental health and well-being, a significant issue was around the abuse, harassment, bullying, violence at sea. This is absolutely very sad and disappointing to hear that these issues are still happening at sea. Many of us still, look at that maybe we need to provide a safer environment on board, but look at what a woman will go through when she has to go through such tremendous challenge at sea of being bullied or harassed. Some of the cases in 2022 also mentioned about that there have been cases of violence at sea against the women. There were cases around rape, and many of the senior seafarers, the senior ranked seafarers were involved in some of these cases. So there is a lot of work that needs to be done to educate and make awareness among the seafarers on board. Especially, we have to bring together male and female seafarers together into all of these things, and not to single out anyone. We also highlighted, the reports that mentioned to us that majority of these things were like, the excessive criticism of sometimes the women seafarers. I'll tell you an example. We came across a case where the women seafarer mentioned to us that she went on board for the first time in her life. Now on that, she's an Nigerian. I won't name the nationality just to make sure. I'm not trying to go into that. But then what she told us that when she went on board, so the seafarers started telling that, there's a bad luck has come on board. First thing. No. She was disregarded. She was not being given the enough chance to perform herself. Then the chief engineer on board said, you are not going to touch any tools in my engine room. She has to really prove herself for the next few weeks that she is equally capable of as the other women seafarers are there. Having seen that her passion, her hard work, that she tried and committed, she took that as a positive thing. She didn't let her down with the adverse, the environment that was tried to be created around her, that she leaves shipping and she goes back at home. But she took it as a challenge. And that was being told to us in the helpline about it, and how she managed, because we were in continuously touch with her, providing her the emotional support for this tenure. And then she took that as a positive way, and she said, I have to prove myself. And there was a day when the same chief engineer allowed her to do all whatever the work was happening in the engine room, and she was part of the entire team. And since then, that's the same chief engineer mentored her for her good performance, and she's doing very well in her career. What I want to say that take things positively. Don't get disheartened by people want to see that how can people really impact the entire work. So I think that's the helpline that we try to operate, and it's all confidential. So you can reach to us at any time you need.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Mr. Chirag. And might I add, there are a lot of companies as well who are taking the step forward and making sure that their women seafarers at sea are very well looked after in all aspects, especially with concern to their safety, their security, their mental well-being as well. So thank you very much for your points. May I request please Dr. Meeta to share her inputs.
Thank you so much and good afternoon one and all. Thank you so much Saleha ma'am for this opportunity, and seeing the room completely houseful even post lunch is really a big kudos. So talking about my own journey and coming in this stream of behavioral and mental health awareness, I think it's almost been 2 decades where I've been working in this journey, and this journey has been amazing. And my own, I think I should say that ABC of wellness has really been great. And this ABC of wellness, wherever it has reached, to whichever companies it has reached, has been meticulous. And only 3 fundas which I have actually felt was important, that everything is all about collaborating and everything is all about connecting. It is not about ego, it is not about just being one. It is important to collaborate, it is important to co-create, because we are into co-creations. It is not about men or it is not about women, but one very important thing is about acceptance. Just accept the people the way they are. It's not about gender, it's not about nationality, it's not about religion, it's not about caste, it's not about creed. So acceptance is the key. Secondly, we need to be mindful of our behaviors. Whether it is men or females, anyone, we need to be mindful of our behaviors, we need to be aware of the words which we use. We should always understand that if I use this word for my own self, am I really making a change? No. So why should I use something which is derogatory for someone else? So we need to be very mindful of our behaviors and see, as I said, that it's all about co-creating. And while co-creating, it is about communication. Communicate in such a way that the other one would really love to listen. Whenever it comes to feedback, it's not always going to be constructive, but just see where are you giving the feedback, how are you giving the feedback, and why this feedback is also important. So taking in charge that at least if you want to bring in constructive feedback, or if you want to really bring in a change, bring in a positive change, not a change which will impact the person at the physical level, at the mental level, as well as at the social level, and then it will impact the company with the financial level.
So all the four pillars are very, very essential. It's not only one mental health, it's all related simultaneously. So it's all about what thoughts comes, what am I doing and how am I doing. So everything matters.
Thank you very much, Dr. Neeta. So on behalf of our young audience out here who are in the future of the industry, I would just ask you a small question. That is, when a girl decides to take up this particular profession, it is definitely coming with a kind of mindset that there will be challenges, so they are prepared for it. Then they go on board. Then you start with your family, probably the acceptance on the ship is not as much. So how can a girl cadet or a TM or a rating who's joining seafaring for the first time handle these emotions?
So thank you for this question. And Tejashree, I think I had one case which I really had to deal with this. And then we brought in a beautiful acronym. Of course, mine is nothing which is code-based, and I don't believe in code-based myself because I know I am a change driver. I'm not a change maker, I'm a change driver. And being a change driver, everything starts with I, it's not with everyone. So there I brought in a very small acronym that was C. And when this case came to me, it was a case where after 4 months, the contract was extended and she had to continue the contract for almost 8.5 months. There was no reliever and there was nothing. And that is the time when I brought in that why don't you go and ask for support? Is there someone who is not ready to give you support? Are there no masters? Are there no chief engineers or chief officers who are not ready? Did you even go out and ask for help? And she said, no, how can I? So I think here is where that how can I? It's okay to ask for help. If I don't know anything, it is okay to ask for help. And here is where the support system lies. That support is very, very important. Be supportive and also receive support. It's nothing to feel bad. As we say, it's okay to not to be okay, right? In the same way, it's okay to ask for support. While talking about E is about empathize. Empathize that someone who had come with that mindset that I'm just going to be here for 4 months. And now it's double. So when this comes as double, empathize with the person, empathize, stop, communicate, and when you communicate, it's not always the work which you need to talk. It can be without work, without agenda. As in our psychology, we use a lot of circle time. The circle time can be something which can be practiced very easily, where we meet people without agenda and we just stop and relate to each other with common factors like what do you like, what are some things, what you would like to share with your juniors. So having some circle time, having some me time, having some engaging time. And A is adaptability, as of course I understand that when you see a female seafarer, it's all about adaptability and it's also all about acknowledgement. Acknowledge that a girl has come to pursue her dreams, so be supportive and this C really works brilliantly.
Wonderfully said. Thank you so much, Doctor. Very well put. Captain Cornelius, please share your insights.
Thanks a lot. Taking up what you just said. Being supportive. What can we do for women in Maritime? This is a never-ending topic of discussion. How much is enough? Or are we doing enough? That's the main thing. I have a different view on this. More than trying to educate or give talks to girls who are joining, I went the other way around, as long as I was there, educate the guys around. I tried to tell them that there is called me space. For every person, there is a me space. What is me space? Space around you. You cannot encroach that space. And a life example, you have people saying she's like my sister, she's like my daughter. There is no sister and daughter. They're all seafarers. So the me space has to be kept in mind and not cross that line. And sadly so, I had to take a call and a very good officer, well reported, but there were evidence as to the cause. We had received proper complaints. and he had to be suspended or he had to just make him NPR from a company. So it's very important that what we are doing for the women seafarers, how do we handle it? It has to become inbuilt. Like, for example, in most of our corporate companies, on all our companies, 30%, maybe 40% women working. And it does not matter what position they are in or what work they are doing. They're all colleagues in the office. That mentality has to set in the seafarers. They have to understand that they are our colleagues, they are there to work, they're there to do a job, and that is the support which has to come essentially from right on top. That is your master and chief team. If they have the right attitude, the whole system works well. Like we always said, a company depends on the guy sitting on top. A ship is how the captain is. So if you have a clear set rules to yourself and you inculcate this simple logic that they're all colleagues, they're all seafarers, I think they're heading in the right direction. It will take time. It's an evolution that is taking place now. We are getting policies in place. This morning we saw the deputy on this, there are certain policies. But those policies to be implemented, to be working well, the system has to take over. And it will then become a normal life for everybody on board. Till then, the support that we need to give the women seafarers joining, you have to encourage them. You have to guide them towards the right direction. That yes, this is an opportunity for the women to actually take shipping as a career. And it's slowly getting embedded into our Indian mentality. I would not comment on the foreign national, because we see a lot of women seafarers working on foreign countries. But it is a new lifestyle which is happening for our country, for the Indians and for our mentality. We have to change. It is more important for the men folk, the seafarers, to start adapting and understanding and accepting. It's a very, very important thing. And of course, we have policies which are being set into place. Companies, I'm sure big companies, there because some guys from larger companies, they have policies in place. But it is for others to start implementing or to start understanding the implications. So basically, we are heading the right track. We are having a lot of these seminars which will help. There is another force at the back which we are not really addressed, which is a very powerful thing as far as women seafarers are concerned, are the wives of seafarers. None of us seminars, we've seen them around, and years back, this is small, when I was in fleet, I'm talking about 20 years back, we had a women's seminar, and we called the wives of seafarers. So as usual, everything has to come out of Hong Kong, then also, and essentially nobody will come. In a place like Calcutta, we had 156 wives who attended the seminar, and we had Mrs. Yuvari from Delhi, well-known personality, I invited her personally. She had come down, she had asked for, we had given her a 1 hour slot, and the interaction then, 20 years back, it went on for 3.5 hours. We never stopped because it was such a fantastic seminar. So what basically I'm trying to say is acceptance. Acceptance is what we need to know. We have to understand from the other point of view. And if that happens, we are all in space.
Very well put, sir. And we have definitely heard a lot of exciting insights from all panelists. And yet, I would want to hear, Deepti, your inputs. You've been in the industry for a long time. You work with multiple companies. How has your support network been so far?
Thank you for having me here. Let me introduce myself first. I am Dipti Singh, Chief Officer with Master's License, sailing with a fleet management company. I started my career in 2008 with Great Eastern Shipping Company, and I'm glad that there are a lot of cadets are there from the Great Eastern Shipping Company over here. So back then there were only few women was there in my batch, but now I can see there are a lot of women are there who is choosing this field. So as your question goes, what I'm sorry for. So I'm coming from the naval background, where my father is also serving a navy. So he always imbibed me with the with the taking challenges on board and take up challenges on board. And could you please repeat your question? I'm sorry.
That's okay. You can please simply start with your introduction and how has your journey been in your life?
Okay, so since I've been sailing with a lot of companies, so the changes which I have seen in the shipping industry is that the women, there are a lot of, when I joined the shipping company, there was few women are there, and hardly I seen any women working in the ports or even on the ships. So nowadays, when I go on the ship and different countries where I go, so I saw that a lot of women are coming in the shipping industry. They are working in the stevedores. They are working also. They are also driving the big containers, trolley containers. So whenever I see those women, I get so empowered myself that whatever decision I have been taken in my life, that is great. So these all things have been done because there are few policies and regulations which the companies and a lot of companies and this regulatory bodies and organization has made for the women. So these the policies which has come up in our SMS nowadays, which leading to allow a lot of women to pursue the career in the shipping industry. So as you said, like I've been in a fleet management company. So I started my career with Great Eastern Company. After that, I joined K-Line because I joined K-Line where I took the promotion as a chief mate, and then I joined MSC. I also get an opportunity to sail with the cruise vessel, one of the cruise vessels where I was the first lady Indian officer over there in their cruise fleet. And after that, since this pandemic came down, so the cruise industry has been shut down. So I changed my company I came back to the cargo ships. I joined SCI, and from SCI, since there was an issue with the salary, there was very less salary over there, and the same amount of work I'm putting to the foreign companies. So why should I not choose to change the company? So I changed from SCI to the PSM and then PSM to the fleet management. So after sailing with so many different companies, the best part I have ever seen in my career and the best treatment I have ever received is the fleet management company. I am not favoring here since because I am the fleet management, but the respect they have given, the support system they have provided to me in this company was great. So and we have the fleet care department, especially made for the seafarer for their well-being. So we have the women support system also available in the fleet care department. We have a small group, supporting a small group in the company where we can have a close communication. We can discuss whatever issues we are facing on board ship. We can discuss that to the support system, and they can carry forward our issues to the management, the top management level. And there are a lot of policy, I would say, which fleet care has been incorporated in the SMS, like 2 women on 1 ship. So from last 2 contracts, I have been sailing with with 1 more lady officer on board. So where I was the senior officer and 1 junior level officer. So being a senior over there, so providing the mentorship and guiding them and how to pursue their dreams and focus on for their achievement. On these aspects, I have been guided them. Also, I would like to add. We have a lot of policies in fleet management, like medical healthcare policies, and we do have this disciplinary actions in SMS. Generally, all companies must have to incorporate this discipline action and complaining procedures. How we have to approach if there is something wrong and we have to complain the other things. Then also the company has taken the wellness initiatives towards the well-being of the seafarer. So wellness means like they are supposed to provide some educational training on board, and we can also carry out like practical exercises and some recreational activities we can carry out, which company is supporting us. And mental health training program also the company has been incorporated in their SMS. So mental health training means like if there is a situation, a distress situation, because there are a lot of work is going on in shipping industry. So there are sometimes we couldn't sleep. They are demanding, challenging. There are a lot of challenges are there in the shipping industry. So to manage those things, there is a mental health support system being given to the seafarer, where they can discuss their problems to them, and they can manage their stress. And we can also proactively, identify what is the sign of the distress the person is going through. So those are things we can take care of, as well as the harassment. The women harassment prevention policies is also there. And nowadays, the differences I have been observed in shipping industry that before there was hardly any women used to come in the shipping, but now a lot of women are coming, not even on the ship, but also in the port and other areas also. So that's what I would say.
Thank you very much, Aditi, and I'm confident that I will see you leading our ship very soon to excellence. And I would like to give a small message to our seafarers out there in the audience who are going to the future. What would they look out for when they join the industry? How should they conduct themselves when they are on board?
So one message I would like to share the cadets over here, like be bold, be fearless, and nothing can stop you if you decided to reach that goal. So be perseverance and be resilient, increase your resilience power, prepare yourself to take the challenges by improving your physical and mental health.
Thank you so much. May I please invite the lovely audience to share your questions to our lovely panelists?
Hello. Hi everyone, I'm Samia. I'm from the International Transport Workers Federation headquarters in London. It's great to be here today and meet some lovely people in the industry. There's been something that I've been waiting to hear all day, and I think Captain Cutlass really resonated with this message that we can encourage women to be resilient, strong as steel, and take any form of criticism as a positive and show everyone that they can do everything, which is great. And I feel like most women in this industry, and to be honest, across the world, are like this, that we need to have very strong minds, challenge ourselves, challenge others, what they think of us. However, I think equally, if not more, education really comes into place here as well. The way men are across different fields across the world, we don't question their ability. So why are we criticized so much? So I wanted to ask, because I'm not a seafarer, I work in agreements with the ITF, so perhaps my knowledge of this is quite limited, but is there unconscious bias training that happens at maritime academies, or even regular mandatory training on board, just to touch base on how to treat someone, whether they're men, women, and so that way the education starts and you can pass down from top to bottom to make sure that women don't have to face biases that many people may have grew up with, and that will, I think, slowly start shifting the mindset of how women are in this industry, and we can all be treated equally. Thank you.
Who will take up the question? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'll just talk about from ISON's perspective. We have also now we're going to be running a campaign around this particular thing, where we are trying to, because I started off saying that there are a lot of mental health issues, especially around the women's issues, about the harassment, bullying, and all that. Recognizing all that, we're going to be launching a campaign around seafarer safety, or especially for the educating or making awareness among the men seafarers on board, how to be a male ally. Recognizing that we can't leave the women seafarers isolated on board. Recognizing that men seafarers also can't be bashed, and taking both of them along. Both the men and women seafarers, we need to take them all along, because both of them play a very crucial and important role. And also not to ensuring that even the women seafarers are not been put as a tag for they're the victims, and we don't want to do that as well. We're going to bring both men and women seafarers as allies on board, and going to educate more and more seafarers about this campaign, so that people can come together. Men seafarers especially take up the challenge of how their words, their actions, what even our psychologist just mentioned about it, how our words and actions can actually play an important role into ensuring the atmosphere on board, ensuring that we have a safer environment on board. And maritime colleges play a very important role into all of these things. So hopefully that this campaign is going to be launched in end of June or July, first week. And we're going to be coming back to the industry, because the industry will also play a very key role into all of these things. And as well as reaching out to the maritime colleges to also take it up and look at how we can, bring a sense of belongingness into everyone, into all of these things. It's not I, as I was saying, it's all we. We all have to come together into this and operate the ship in the best, safer environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I would just add one more line here, because it's already been said, but it's not only the ship. Everything starts from the family. Everything starts from the family. It starts from the company itself. And when the company is taking in charge, it's not only about gender sensitivity, but it's about changing the mindset. And unless you do not change the mindset, however we might talk about gender sensitivity, it's still a question mark. It doesn't solve the problem. So it's important that all the trainings, and especially related to the behavioral trainings, has to be initiated from the office and taking it ahead and putting it maybe mental health, but it is important to change the behaviors to see the consequences there. Thank you so much.
Wonderfully said. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Good evening, one and all again. I am Dr. Meena Ravishankar from Great Eastern Institute of Maritime Studies, Lonavala. Now, this is basically to Deepti Singh. I was very happy that you are speaking a lot about fleet management department in all the various areas that needs to be considered, especially useful for seafarers. I just want to ask you one question: what exactly the company does for fleet management, and how is it being resolved? Because that adds to a lot of problems. Currently most of the mishaps, etc. is one important cause is fatigue management. Fatigue is one of the causes. So how exactly is the company managing that? So we would like to know that.
Thank you, ma'am, for your question. The fleet management, what they did, they have their specialized department, fleet department for the seafarer. So they gave a support system to the seafarer. They usually call their seafarer once in a month and ask how everything is going on board. So how's their mental health, is any situations they are, any challenges they are facing, is any support they can provide from their side. So this is the very important thing which all company must incorporate in their procedures. And also they allow the women seafarer to speak to the top management through this channel. So that is also gives a safe environment to the women. And also, I have also received so much respect and the recognition in the company, which I would say really appreciated. Which always, money is not an important thing. Money is not an important thing. So money, any company can give you the money. Sometimes it is very important for a woman or anybody, to get the respect and recognition, which we all as a human being crave for. So that's why I believe fleet management is one of the good company I've ever seen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deepthi. You've been so kind, and I'm very appreciative of the fact that you're very happy working with Fleet. I personally have been with Fleet since last 5 years, and I've not introduced myself very properly previously. But I am part of the welfare team that's Fleet here. We take care of the welfare of our seafarers, the family members, and especially our women seafarers who are joining the company and who are going out there for the first time. So thank you very much, Deepthi. Any more questions? Yes, sir.
Hello, I am Anand here from University, Chennai. I am asking a very specific question, Chirag, actually to you, but anybody else can give the answer. We deal with parents when the girls come to take admission. Sometimes parents come along, and one of the school seminars also this question came up. They say that just like you have in the show staff, Visaga guidelines for dealing with harassment. You mentioned POSH, somebody mentioned POSH. But what is the law on the ship? Particularly, and the very specific thing was asked, that if my daughter goes and she's harassed by a foreigner on a foreign flag vessel, then it doesn't stop here. He doesn't want the guy just to do the job. He wants the guy in jail. So, can you guide us what the law applies or anybody else?
To my limited, I think there are more stalwarts in the room from the shipping industry who can, I think, answer this particular question, or maybe experts in the legal. I saw, but to my limited understanding, I think it's the flag of the ship which will play the role, and that needs to be reported over there. And if the ship is near the port, suppose the ship is arriving in the port in the next ways, or if it's there in the port, so I think you can also report to the local port state control immediately to get the person arrested. And you can also, in the meantime, the concerned seafarer will also be needed guidance and emotional support. Because we have several cases where the women seafarers are actually not motivated or not, they've been pressed enough by their fellow colleagues, even if they are knowingly that somebody has done mistakes and all that, they do not encourage women to come out open and report it. So that also needs to be handled separately. But I think the law, if you're talking about the law, I think it would be the flag of the state, if I'm not wrong, at the open sea. Yeah. So that would be there.
If I can add something, you see, as far as what you're saying, this is what I was saying. When we have to have regulations in place, we have to have education also in place. The question that you asked, I don't know if there's some, we got Captain Rahul, I think is there. Maybe he can educate something on this act, but as far as I know of POSH Act, complaint has to be put within 3 months of the incident happening. There has to be some witnesses to that. There has to be a written complaint, nothing verbally. It has to be a written complaint, and action then can be taken, and would then be acceptable by the authorities, whether Indian or overseas.
has been created, which Madam Joshi is heading. They I'm sure we're going to come up with some kind of resolutions with this, at least for the Indian seafarers.
Might I add something to this? We are doing excellently, when it comes to the corrective measures, DGMUI and the organizations as well. But what are we doing at the preventive side? Are we giving an opportunity for the ladies who are there at sea to share their day-to-day, probably challenges that they have? So when they know that there is somebody back home or probably in the office who's been assigned to them to look after them throughout their tenure, they feel empowered and they feel that they are being watched and taken care of. And I think that is very essential for the companies because the women at sea are not such a great majority at the moment, and we have to really cherish what we have so we can grow from there. So thank you. Any more questions? I believe I'm sure that. Pooja, yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Pooja, third assistant engineer from my website. My question would be to Ma'am Dr. Neeta Ma'am. Ma'am, due to this acceleration of awareness of women seafarers and empowerment and everything, sometimes the point is being raised that what are we doing? Like this women empowerment is only for like filling up the quotas, by putting women in every field or everything, or it just like how can we change the mindset of a people that it's not just filling up the quotas, but it's unlocking the potential, the unused potential of the society. So can you share something about it?
So thank you for this question. First of all, being a lady and you being a lady, do we really need the word empowerment?
I believe not. But
Right? And what happens is, since morning, when there was a lot of discussions happening, we do not have to prove anyone. We do not have to prove and we do not have to get validations. Wherever and however we travel, we always travel through our merits. And always it is just the merit, it is not the quota, it is not the reservation. We only come up when we are ready. We are never pushed. We can only say when I am ready to sail, I am ready to work. I can also give birth to a child when I am ready. Right? I cannot be pushed for it. So only take a step when you are ready, not when everyone is ready, because you matter a lot, your body matters a lot, your physical health matters a lot, and your mental health matters a lot.
Good afternoon, everybody. I have a small question which was discussed just a minute before regarding the IC committee, the POSH committee on shore. I'm a part of the POSH committee and president of the POSH committee. I would like to know if there is a harassment on board. What is the jurisdiction of the IC committee on shore? Are we able to take some legal implications, legal actions, or we don't have any jurisdiction for the ongoing cases?
Not yet. I don't think so. There is anything in place.
So the IC committee is not going to play a part.
You don't have.
So there are also so many complaints comes to the helpline that we operate. One of that things is women seafarers complaints about that they don't have overalls. They don't fit in the overalls that have been provided to them. So I think some of the company, I would like to take these and breakers view on that. What are how the things are changing on that. And I think the second question, I think the second issue of women seafarers have always raised is that how many the hygiene materials do we need to take along with us when we join ships? We don't get anything on board ship. We don't get anything in the port facilities and all that. Where are we on that as well? And how do you manage, to go on board, or was it the pride on board, or any of from the audience also? Because I think there was also a study being done by the Seafarers Charity and the SIRC, where they mention about the port needs or the seafarers welfare needs in the ports as well, wherein they have advised the port, the welfare centers to keep extra hygiene materials as well as also have the women, overalls being ready, the shoes, the overalls like the boiler suits and so many other PPEs to be available at the center, so that women seafarers can, you can't pack two suitcases of hygiene materials when you join ships. Any of you or
what I can say, any company, I can speak on behalf of quite a few companies here. uh, any company who is employing ladies on board, they're fully aware of what they're heading into. And I don't think there is any issue regarding medical requirement or having adequate things in the medical test. Yes, there is an issue about the disposal, there is an issue about the policies. Few of the big companies have already implemented it, the smaller ones are changing, and it's an evolving situation. It will happen. And it's happening at a very fast pace, I would say. So, this issue of whether any seafarer, a lady seafarer is joining on board, I'm going to put them right here on the panel. I don't think there should be an issue because it's been taken care of by the company. I'm sure all the companies take care of it.
May I ask Priyanka to add on this with your experience?
Okay, ma'am. My experience was, sir asked me what would be you guys are manifesting. Actually, our fleet company. Well, sorry to say that our fleet company that they gave us all the facility on board, so we have no issues at all. We have no issues, so we have all the facilities. So that's it. Now.
Which is coming as all the offices. It's only about how do you dispose it. It's very important. The disposal has to be taught, and as per SDGs. Like in the morning, Mr. Shetty was here around, and when we are talking about SDGs 14 is also talking about how do you dispose these medical stuff. So here is where the menstrual cups is also coming into the records, and only one thing which is there is education, engaging and creating awareness. That's only one thing which we can do as all together, because it's not about talking about illness, it's talking about wellness.
Thank you so much for your inputs. Would you like to add?
Regarding boiler suits? When we joined Merchant Navy in our institute, we have been told how to be taken care of these kind of issues. So, of course, I think a lot of institutes must, when they are hiring a woman, so of course, these are issues they must be discussing with their women. So, how to take care of all such things. And now there is regarding menstrual cup. It is a very safe and nice thing which I think all working women should incorporate in their life. That's it.
Thank you very much, my lovely team of panelists. And may I please? One more question. Yes, please.
So we've been discussing safety here. My question is about a different safety. It's about safety of the mind. And I would really like to thank Saleha and her core team for having taken care of the women's wing of the seafarers, families mostly here during the pandemic. They have been a brilliant support to all of us when the men were held up right there and we were all worried about their safety during the pandemic. Now, when we talk of wellness, I would like to know if we, on a regular basis, can take up wellness programs for families of seafarers, the women especially, who worry a lot while they are here taking care of children and elders at home. Especially because recently I met the chief officer and the junior officer, third officer of the Andromeda Star, which was attacked 4 times by Iran-backed militants, and the chief mate, when he walked out on the deck, saw a piece of metal and tried to pick it up. He couldn't pick it up with one hand. When he picked it up with both his hands, he realized it was shrapnel, and it did shake him to the core when he saw the shrapnel. Everybody on board obviously was shaking. So if the men folk were so shaken, we can imagine the state of the women folk and the families at home. That's when the wellness part really steps in, and I think we need to seriously think about support for the women folk here, which Sneha has always provided, of course. But I've been hearing so many nice things about Fleet right now, and I hope all companies step in like them and do something about this part of wellness.
I think as you rightly said, support has to come from all directions for that matter. And thank you, Madam Saleha, for doing such great things for the women in the Maritime as well as the family members. I'm personally a family member of a seafarer. My husband is currently sailing, and I have a 3-year-old at home. And it is a support network that is around me, which empowers me to do better and better. Thank you very much, Tushar sir, for this opportunity and for your faith in me. Thank you, Captain Ranveer sir, for mentoring me into this industry. Whatever I know of shipping is because of Ranveer sir. So thank you very much, sir. And thanks again, my lovely panelists, and for your time, for your hard work, and everything that you do for the industry. And keep prospering. Thank you.
Heartfelt thanks to all our panelists for such inspiring ideas and ways to support women seafarers, and as rightly pointed out, even the families of seafarers are equally important. While we are focusing on women seafarers, our focus at MUI Women's Wing is also on the families of seafarers out here. May I request Sania Jahan to please come up on stage to felicitate our panelists. Captain Pradhan. Ms. Tejasri Kishore. Our MUI President, Captain Rao, to felicitate our moderator, Tejasri Kishore. Ms. Priyanka Tiwari. Ms. Priyanka Tiwari. Miss Dipti Singh. Miss Dipti Singh. Mr. Chirag Bari. Captain Girish Fadnis. Captain Girish Fadnis. Dr. Neeta Matre. Dr. Neeta Matre. May we have a good photo, please? Our next session, I invite Ms. Gurleen Kaur, Senior Marine People Manager, Maersk Fleet Management, to moderate our next session on synergizing seafarers, training for inclusive maritime excellence.
Good afternoon, everyone. Great audience, and I know it's the last session, and everybody will be waiting for their tea. In the interest of time and also to keep you all engaged, I will quickly call on the panelists. Mr. Manish Pradhan, Dr. Dipti, Ms. Nyari, Ms. Parnita, and Captain Ashutosh. They don't need any introduction, but if you want to look at the introduction, please scan the QR code so that we can save some time. Okay. All right. Synergizing seafarers, training for inclusive maritime excellence. We've heard a lot about inclusivity, diversity, and we all know it's not just a buzzword. In order to ensure that we have this amazing panel over here and we give them some good time to hear their perspective, I did not go into introduction, and they also don't need any introduction. But here, the main question, what we are really looking at, answering or maybe finding some more answer to it, have we adequately prepared our seafarers to embrace and implement inclusivity on board ships? I would like to emphasize on the word seafarers so that we are mindful that we are gender neutral over here. When we talk about safety and inclusivity on board, it impacts both male as well as female. And our panelists over here understand that, and we would like to stick to the concept that we are here for our seafarers, the training, what we need to do for our seafarers so that we can have a more inclusive environment on board. So without wasting any further time, I would start maybe with Parnita. And this is a common question for all of you, just to start and give your perspective. What does inclusivity on board ships mean to you?
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you, MU and Saleha, for giving me this opportunity. So, as we are in the maritime industry, we all know this is a dynamic industry, and this industry needs a lot of nurturing on inclusiveness. And we need to have a proficient seafarers in our industry. So, for me, inclusion, when I'm dealing with this topic of inclusion, often I encounter 3 points. The first point, I see the concept of inclusion itself, because the concept of inclusion is being seen in 2 ways. The first way is market-driven inclusion, and second way is a deeper thought that we need inclusive seafarers because we need to develop this industry based on the capabilities and capacities of the seafarers. So the second thought, which is deeper thought, will create a whole change because of the intentions and the impact it will create to this concept of inclusion. Second, I would also want to reflect upon the second point, that is the biases which we carry. The biases can be conscious, it can be unconscious, or it can be structural biases which is based more on the policies and process. If we are today thinking about inclusion, we need to have policies which are gender neutral, culture neutral, and we need to focus on the minorities, and we need to provide them the platform to explore. Thirdly, I would like to also focus upon the demographics, because all of us, when we are working on board or ashore at sea, somewhere we do carry a cultural baggage, and that changes the whole cultural dynamic on board. So we as a seafarer, we as an organization stakeholder, we need to focus on inclusion from all these three perspectives when we are training, when we are speaking about the point of inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Panita, for this. Mr. Pradhan.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Captain Pradhan, Madam Sudhir, thanks for having us here. Well, I just want to start a little differently. That okay, we are talking a lot about diversity, inclusion. 10 years, even 10 years back, when we would attend seminars to do with shipping or seafarers, it used to be only men in the room. Right? And most people would just say, good afternoon, gentlemen, or whatever. And then we had the one odd woman coming in. And then the speaker was mindful of saying, good afternoon, lady and gentlemen. We moved from there to here. Right? So this is proof enough of the fact that we're moving in the right direction. The ball has set rolling. It's just about how happy are we with the pace, and is it qualitative enough or not. But having said that, for me, inclusion would mean availability of learning opportunities to people irrespective of their background, ability, and identity. And as Murleen said, I would like to keep it gender neutral. So we've almost reached the tipping point. We're starting to tip over to the other side, and we're actually starting to make women feel uncomfortable at times, I feel. We're talking too much about it. And unfortunately, I feel that yes, there's a lot of talking, but we still need to pace up on the implementation. So I think that will come in the later part of the discussion, I presume. But I think we've moved well, we're moving in the right direction. The guiding light should be, we should always learn from other industries. And if we look at the airline industry, today India leads the pack with the highest percentage of lady pilots. So I think the global average is close to 5%, and India is at 15%. So there is nothing that's stopping women in maritime to achieve what they've set off. It's just that we're still not a profession of choice. I'm sorry if I'm hurting somebody here, but most of us got in here by default, or by luck or chance or something. We didn't choose to be here. Many of us, I'd say. So having said that, yes, this is inclusion. Yes, I'm wearing the Masa hat also here, and I think there's a lot of things that we can do, and we are already kind of discussing on the drawing board of how we're going to take this forward, how we're going to make training in every facet of training, starting from bite-sized learning to using AI in a positive way. There's a lot of it coming, and it's just that we need to be ready for the change. I do see a little bit of resistance to change in our industry because, we've actually we think things are cast in stone, but I'd like to say they're not. I read this very interesting book, and I'm not an agent of Marshall Goldsmith, but I will urge you to read it. It says, what got you here will not get you there. If you want to get there, you want to beat that 15%, you want to be a global standard, you want to be a leading force for women seafarers in the world, we need to do something different. So my first thing I'd like to just throw open here is, please be ready to change. Please be ready to adapt. It's a different world when you're dealing with millennials. It's a different world when you're dealing with women seafarers.
Thank you so much, and I think the conversation is already getting interested when you mentioned about the airline industry. Best practices, I think that's where we need to move. Actionable goals, points where we can actually do something about it, and maybe present a result in a year's time. How many of us have gone and actually sat with the Indian Navy, with the airlines to understand what is it that they are doing different? So thank you for bringing that, and we'll come to it. But Dipti, maybe you can.
Yeah, thank you, Captain Pradhan. Thank you, Celia, for having me here. Yeah, since morning I'm attending, though my session was the last one. But Captain Pradhan said you have to come since morning, so I'm sitting and I was listening to every panel. And I think a lot has been spoken already about equity, about equality, about all of that. And yes, when we come and talk about inclusion, so I was trying to think, what does it mean to me? Because Gureen asked me, Dipti, what if I ask you, what does inclusion mean to you? So I was thinking about it for quite some time, and then I sat with a paper and pen to write it down, pencil rather. Maybe this is my thought, maybe it will not resonate with all. But I feel that when we talk about inclusivity, for me, it has to be a personal value. It has to be a value which we carry forward. And so for me, having the courage to embrace what may not be familiar to you and the courage to embrace differences, that is an important personal value for me. So anything which is unfamiliar to you and you're ready to take that up because you want to take it up, that is where I think we talk about mindsets. So inclusion is not just, I don't know why we are only specifically talking about women seafarers. There are a lot of women working ashore. There are a lot of women who have not been from the marine. In fact, just to share with you when you talk about inclusion, I think shipping industry and companies are very inclusive. Give you one simple example. Once I had to take a session with the HRs of company, and when I asked them, and we were all sitting in a session, I said, why do you want to have it? The answer I got was they're all MBAs from good institutes, but none of them were from shipping background. None of them knew what shipping is all about. But they were the ones who are going to be handling next of kin communication. They were the ones who are going to be handling, talking to seafarers on board. So there was a gap there as well. So the company has taken the best HR because they have a degree, MBA in HR. The point is to acquaint and adapt them to the shipping comes handy when you're ready to learn, you're ready to understand what seafaring is all about. So empathy, how does empathy come? It will come if you understand what the person is doing on ship. So I asked them a simple question during the session. And I told them, okay, do you know what is mooring, or do you know what are the accidents which can take place on ship? Or do you know what are the difficulties seafarers face? So the answers which came, like any commoner would answer. So the fact here is when we talk about inclusivity, I feel it is about embracing the differences, understanding how the seafarers are actually doing their profession, how are they carrying it forward, but it applies to both. We need an inclusive environment on shore and we need an inclusive environment on board. And just to sum up, it's not only about gender. Why are we talking only about gender? I fail to understand that. And then gender also we are very specific. Male, female, woman and this. But the fact is, though the gender sensitization courses have come up mandatory, there will soon be a revision because now we have to include the other gender as well. Nobody's talking about that. So why are we only bifurcating to male, female? I fail to understand. Because inclusivity is not only about gender. Long time back also in sailing days, I'm sure who have sailed earlier, discrimination when there were only men on board still was taking place. Groupism was still taking place. Discrimination, racial discrimination, rank discrimination, hierarchical dispute, all was still there. It was there, even the men have faced it. So why only talk about women facing problems? It is seafarers, like she rightly said. Let's keep it gender neutral. Inclusivity would mean embracing everyone who is involved in the work process, and it should be a collaborative effort to achieve something which you've gone out to achieve. So that's what I think. Thank you.
That was a very nice way of summing it up, Dipti, and I'm really taking this point, embracing the change. And with this, I'll hand over to you, Captain Ashutosh. You are taking care of our young budding talents, but what does it mean to you? What does inclusivity on board ship mean to you? Because you're training the next generation to climb up the ladder.
First of all, thank you, MAI, for calling us here. A lot of things have been said, and rightly said by Pradhan sir and Giri madam. So I being from a training background, I'll go back to drawing board and I'll see what is the definition of inclusivity. The definition is making sure everyone means it does not mean any gender. That means everyone is welcome, valued and respected. Whether they come from any background, irrespective of caste, creed, religion and gender. So if these three values are embedded into the next generation, that we welcome, value and respect everyone, I think a lot of challenges of this gender sensitization or gender disparity will automatically vanish. So going back to basics, I feel if that is followed, the inclusivity will have its own meaning and people will not have to be taught or tutored about this. That's what I feel, and this is what we are doing at TSIMAN, telling them not gender specific, not I'll say male, female, sex specific. It is gender. And the real meaning of gender, obviously, as Madam said, the gender sensitization course is there and it is very well drafted. But if you take the essence of it, definitely you will understand what the course is trying to say. And now, when it is again getting revised, I think more information will come out which will be specific to the information.
I think that's really well said. I'm taking, just that we don't forget, so I'm continuing to highlight best practices from other industry, embracing the change, going back to the drawing board, because sometimes what happens is we get on a revolution, yes, we will do this, we will launch this, we will get onto this, but unfortunately, we forget what was the scope. Why did we start this discussion in the first place? Why are we having this discussion? So very important point to keep revisiting, going back to the definition, going back to why did we start this, why is it important? With this, I'll hand it over to Nyari to give her perspective.
Yeah, first of all, thanks, Saleha, for having me here. I think, really, maybe I might sound a bit eccentric, but I have a very profound sense of inclusivity. So the other day, I was watching a video by Simon Sinek, who also happens to be an author and is a very renowned motivational speaker. And he talks about this amazing idea of servant leadership, and he went over to ask the US Navy SEALs that how are they able to produce best of the best year on year? How do they manage to get the best of the best? And it may sound very funny, but what the Navy SEALs actually being looked at for is, I may be able to trust you with my life, but can I trust you with my wife? So the point that I'm trying to say is character. They focus so much on the character that you are when you're not in your professional regime, who you are when there's nobody looking at you. And if I were to just open the floor and maybe ask, ex-legendary seafarers, we all go back to our first sailing experiences, and this is how we begin. You know what? My first ship was like hell. The chief engineer made me slog, or the captain made me clean the toilets, or I was made to work with shit for the entire 6 months. That's all how we all begin. A lot of time, men have told me that, oh, why are you always talking about the difficulties? Our lives have always been difficult. The irony is, we feel so proud of it. We feel so proud that we have been through the grill, and now I am this world-famous, blue-eyed seafarer or chief engineer or a master of this company. Why? At the end, when we are working for human beings, why are we so proud of this atrocious environment on board? And if we come to inclusivity, it is commensurate with sensitization. And by sensitization, I mean sensitization of character, that at the end of the day, it may be a mechanical world, but you are dealing with human beings. There are hearts involved, and there's not just brain and muscles and bones. So, if I were to just divide it, let's say, into two genders for now, to keep it simple, we have men and women. So, in terms of sensitization, and I would like to bring my perspective as a seafarer plus an author who's read and done a lot of research, and this topic is very close to my heart. For men and women, we have all been raised in a certain way. This is a patriarchal setup, and we've all grown up with certain kind of values that our parents or the society has somewhere imbibed into us. Now it's time that when we are trying to sensitize women, it's not just that we tell them that, oh, you can go on board the ships. No, it starts from the fact that who decided that the daughter must be placed into the other home? Who decided that? I don't agree to it. Who decided that the child's surname must include the father's surname? Who decides this? I am not party to it. It's important that women question what doesn't resonate with them. First, it's so important to understand that there is a problem. You have to question. A lot of us don't even realize that this is a problem. Invariably, the entire societal setup has been made to suit one gender. Why? It takes a lot of guts. It needs a lot of risk to the rules change, the laws change. Why does it that a married woman has to stand at the passport office and get her surname changed? Because it's so convenient. I had a friend from the northern part of India. Usually from the southern India, we've seen that people have very longer names. And I was just very curious that how do you have such a long name? He said, I put my entire, my father's name after he passed away. And my immediate question was, would you do the same? Would you do the same if your mother passed away? And he didn't have an answer for that. It is just so imbibed into us. Now on the other side, we have men, Now sensitizing men has always been so much about, that, oh, you're talking about women who have to come on board, and, you're talking about a history. That's our history is maybe just 15 years or 10 years when the room was full of men. That's all. Against the entire human history of maybe 2 lakh years and a professional legacy of maybe 500 years. I believe that I belong professionally to a legacy that was started by Columbus or Vasco da Gama. Crazy seafarers. And here I'm being told that, okay, you have to be sensitive to women who are now coming on board. That's not the only thing that you have to be sensitive about. You can also ask and question that, when you are in trouble, when you are in problems, you can cry, you can vent out. You don't have to be the breadwinner. If patriarchy has damaged us, they have damaged men equally. Now, it may sound very, very irrelevant in terms of going on ships, but I can tell you, if we start from here in the shipping, in the training institutes, it's going to make a huge impact onto their way of looking at things, into their perspective of when they come on board. I have been able to break so many ices because I let men be vulnerable. Be okay with a second engineer who's a female, and it's okay, you can cry, you just lost your father. It's okay. So,
that's the reason why we have a diverse panel over here. And the key point that I take from Nyani's perspective is sensitization of character. And yes, it's a very different perspective, unique perspective, but she's also trying to help to get into the grassroots where we start training. And just on a lighter note, luckily I didn't have to change the surname. We didn't even want to have this discussion. It was my name, so I just kept it. So it also depends on individual to individual, where yes, we got married. We don't have the time to go and change all the documents. So I was born Gurleen Kaur, I will die Gurleen Kaur. Alright, with that I think I will move on to the reason for asking everybody for the perspective was that when we ask the next round of questions, we will look at asking to get some concrete points or solutions out of it so that we don't keep it very generic. We would like to keep it close-ended. So I'll start with you, Parnita. What support system are in place for students who may face discrimination or inclusivity issues during their training or career? So basically, what support systems are in place? And I know there could be a lot what your company is doing. Maybe you can highlight top 3.
So, as Priyanka said in the morning, we have a well-being department which takes care of the seafarers. apart from that, I'll talk about the training center and academy where I'm located. So, in order to not get into any discrimination or problem of inclusivity, we induct the cadets about all the anti-harassment, anti-ragging, and grievance cell, etc. But this is a major thing. But what we do on almost quarterly basis or in our day-to-day behaviors, because day-to-day behaviors matters a lot to bring up this inclusion. So one, what we try to do about gender sensitization training, I've gone through the syllabus, but I'm making the topic more gender neutral, because when we are talking about the women's health, we need to also consider the men's health with whom we are going to collaborate and work together with. So we cannot only talk about a women's menstrual cycles, but we can also talk about a men's hormonal imbalances, which can also happen and which can also impact at times in the workplace. So the problem is that when you're working together, you need to know about each other physically, psychologically, age-wise, culturally, everything. So inclusion comes there. Second, we hold various symposiums in our college wherein we talk about diversity, we talk about inclusion, we debate on gender, we debate on cultural awareness, all these things. So that creates somewhere impact. Recently, we have started the Intra Fest in Academy, where is named Manthan, which is culture-based event, because we see in India there are different cultures, so people have to get familiar with each other so that they start respecting the different nationalities also. So in Manthan we have quizzes, we have debates, we have symposiums again, we have sports, which is also a culture-based sports. The dance, the music, everything is culture-based. So somewhere that empathy, that collaboration, that fascination and creativity for different cultures, genders, everything will come in line. So inclusion for me is a collaboration of everything: mind, brain, intellect, culture. So all these support we are giving. Apart from that, I'm a psychologist in training center as well as academy, so they can approach me anytime if they are facing some discrimination. We have a human element committee, human factors committee, which is managed by cadets, headed by me. So even if, so there are 20 cadets in the committee where they look after their peers. If anybody is facing discrimination, anybody is facing some problem, trouble, they get to know about each other. They try to counsel each other. If they think that that counseling is not working, they report to me with the consent, or they convince the cadet who is little bit facing discrimination, or feeling the face of feeling that they are facing some discrimination. We do openly talk about it and try to clarify, because sometimes the discrimination is not there, the faulty belief system which we all carry, some kind of a baggage which comes up. So these small steps every day will build up the feeling of inclusivity, and minus the lack of inclusion or discrimination feeling.
Thank you so much for this. Sorry, in the interest of time, I'm going to be quick with the others. Maybe we'll stick to one point. So I'll go to you, Captain Ashutosh. We've been inducting, we've seen a lot of women being hired in TSMR. Maybe you can talk about one challenge that you face with regards to training these young minds with regards to sensitization and ensuring there's a consistency till the time they pass out and go on board. So what is it, that one unique thing that you're doing at TSMR which you can share with all of us?
First of all, just to inform everyone, a lot of women seafarers who are in officers course, but nobody thought of having the women seafarers in Reading. So that was a unique step we took in July 2023, and we started the preparation in January. And the very first thing that came to my mind was the girl, when she comes for the first time in campus, she will be facing not the principal, not the faculty or anyone else, but the security person who will be on the gate. And if he is not sensitized, then I don't think so till the time she comes up, her experience will not be good. So the very first thing we did was, though the DG Shooting said the gender sensitization program is for the faculty and students, we did this program for the entire campus. There are 410 people and everyone was taken into confidence, and then they were told that this is what we are heading to and this is how the environment will be made conducive for the girls to come. Not many challenges, but this was one which was very important we did. One more thing I want to mention, of course we had to sensitize the parents also. So we've been right from north to south, east to west, going to somewhere close to around 58 schools, addressed some 3,500 students, and finally out of that, we got first batch of women in rating in July 2023. And two important conditions were there where we wanted to make sure to make the environment conducive. They require the job and they require, because these were coming from tier 2, tier 3 cities, they require a financial assistance. So on this panel, there was one person whom I contacted, Gurleen from Merck, and the job was taken care of. And right in front of me is Captain Pradhan, who just on one call told me, if there's a girl who gets selected, but financially she cannot, take care of her fees, and if they can produce certain documents, we'll be the first one to help. And believe me, out of the 20 girls, there were some 9-10 girls who had the problem, and MUI paid 8 lakh rupees for them. So big number of applause. So that's how the training is happening, but one point, the entire campus needs to be sensitized. It's not just the faculty, then a certain group of people. So that's
Thank you so much. I'll go to you, sir. One initiative, what we can expect from MASA, because we have all the giants under one roof, which maybe we can expect you guys to announce in with regards to this particular area of training.
Okay, can't announce anything right now. I can't do that. But for me, just to add to what I'm listening is, the key problem, what I see and what many of us discuss is lack of respect. Any harassment, bullying, any kind of misconduct happens only when you do not respect the person you're dealing with. So, and to put it very simply, I think we're all, Captain Abadkar is doing a great job with getting the trainees to be trained, how to conduct themselves on board. But I think the previous panel they spoke about training seniors also. On a ship, typically, sometimes you could have 2 to 3 generations on board. You could have a 60-year-old master, you could have a 40-year-old chief officer, and you could have a 20-year-old cadet. Completely different mindsets. And it's just that when we get on board, we lose respect. That guy could be as old as my son. Do I treat him like my son? That's the key. So I would like to bring everybody under this thought process is what can we do to train, and not that once in a 5-year training, not a tick box training to do and get your certification. We need a continual onboard training, like we have onboard assessments for your professional growth. I think every company should make it mandatory. Somebody should work, we should have psychologists work on this. Bite-sized learning, please. I've been doing this, as you know before, I think many of you would know it. They train you against cybercrime, how to identify phishing attacks and stuff. 5 minutes is all it takes every month to remind me, to refresh me of what to do and what not to do. Trust me, I think any organizations using know before would have definitely reduced the number of cases of cyber attack. Something like that. So we have to look at something simple, something repetitive, something very basic, something that a master and a trainee student can understand. And it's not just about women. I would still like to keep it gender neutral. The DG statistics show that in the last 10 years, we've had more than 100 suicides. That's pathetic. And I can tell you, if there was a way to communicate with that soul, he would only tell me I did not feel respected. That can be really devastating. We all have kids at home. We know how they feel. 15 years back when we were in school, getting caned was normal. Today, if my child's teacher even touches him or her, I'll drag that guy to court. Times have changed. If it's changed in my house, it should change in my workplace.
Thank you, but I think the collaboration part we will talk with Masa. That part I'll definitely take care later on. In the interest of time, Dipti, quickly to you. One, as a professional trainer, one improvement that you would suggest to enhance inclusivity of maritime training programs. Sorry for just one because of the time.
So I think improvement, well, since morning, like we have so many companies here and we've been talking, I think the next seminar or whatever we'll do, I think whoever does it, whether it is Shaukat, whether it is I think every company has certain best practices. And we are hearing about it. Everyone here on the days has come and spoken that our company is doing this, our company is doing this, our company. Why can't it be collaborative? Why can't every company come in a round table conference and put up their best practices? See what has worked for them and try to imbibe it in your company. If you're talking about shipping industry as being one unit, I think that is what it is. Every conference we hear a lot of things. And we are all charged up on that day, you know. The next 2-3 days we are all talking about it and then it's gone. So why not have a conference where companies come up with their best practices? Why should it be a panel discussion? Why can't it be something where everybody sits in one room, brainstorms, presents papers and says this is what has worked for our Indian seafarers? And then bring in some action plan, implement it. See, the problem is we don't have data. Till you have data, and most of the data comes from abroad. Today you Google and see. If you have data on mental health, if you want data on anything, you will get data from some ABC other countries, but not India. Why? Because there's a lack of collaboration. So what you are asking me is that one thing which to improve, two aspects to it. One, if you look at the grassroots level, it should start right from the education system, training system, but also who are going to come to the training, like Manisha said, right? When you're bringing in people, if it's starting at my home, today how many of us here will tell our children, okay, go join seafaring? How many seafarers will tell their children to join seafaring? So you'll be able to count them on your fingers. They're not aware. So awareness about the profession. Second, I think we should stop with sob stories. You know, everybody becoming too critical about the profession, that should stop. And especially on social media. It's such a powerful force today. Why can't we have positive stories? Agreed, there is problem. But if you want to attract the youth, they want to see what will they get out of this profession. Yes, every profession has its pros and cons. It's not only shipping. Doesn't harassment happen at corporate offices? Tell me. All of you are so many of you from Shostar. Doesn't it happen? Doesn't it happen in aviation? Who's saying? Why only shipping? So another change which I feel should come is, there are young girls. Today I was hearing, Banu was there, Amreen was there, Humaira is there, Saleha is there. There are so many other young people who have done exceptionally well for themselves in the industry. They should go to schools and colleges and talk about positives and how they have reached that level. So I think the sob story should stop. Another thing in training institutes, when I interact with, I'm sorry I'm taking 1 minute more, but this is important. So when I speak to the cadets, that why have you chosen seafaring as this profession? Most of the time, because I do the wellness at sea program with them and they become the rapport develops. Most of them say it was our second option. It was not our first. We tried NDA, nahi hua ma'am. Kuch to karna tha, so we just took it up. But when I asked the girl, few girls in the room, why did you choose? Ma'am, I wanted to do something different. I'm passionate about it. I wanted to just, prove myself. And that is a different passion. The girls who come in this profession, I have nothing against the other men, please. There would be men who come through passion. But why am I highlighting? Because like I said, the visibility of girls is a little less in the industry, but it is gaining momentum. So when it's gaining momentum, we should talk about that rather than only talking about the problems. Because the more we discuss only problems, the more they will shy away from taking up this profession. So we have to understand there are problems, but the problems are there in every profession. You need to train them to become how to handle yourself and how to handle the problem.
and not just saying that there is a problem, so you think about it. Huh? You want to come or you don't want to come. It should not be that way. And lastly, the seniors of the industry, the mentors, you have to say a positive thing about the profession so that they get that vibe from you, rather than saying, I've heard, sorry to say, but I've heard some professors and also say, क्यों आए हो industry में और कुछ नहीं मिला करने के लिए? Why are you getting into? कितना tough है? Now, imagine as a lecturer, you are telling that to your cadets. What are you, showing them as? So they've already chosen it. Then show them the way. That is, if it's cut out for them, they will sustain. If they don't cut out for them, they're going to go back. So I think that is the thing. Thank you.
Okay, yes, I know there's so much to talk about. Thank you so much. And there's so much to add to this topic, but I'll open the floor for Q&A, and the question will be for Nyari then, so that we can use that time. Maybe I think Aishwarya, who from MSI, who wanted to ask, so maybe Nyari can then take your question. That way we will also cover it.
Good evening, everyone. I'm from MMSI, and I'm really thankful to Ma'am SHYAM Ma'am and Captain Sir. So we are here to interact with each other and gain knowledge about the environment in the shipping industry. So my question for Nyari Ma'am was, what would be your take on enhancing leadership for women, as a lot of women are already at the management level, are already sailing at management level, and how is the male counterparts made aware to work under women leadership?
I think first of all, if we are to just focus on how the junior women seafarers should rise up to the management level, I would say I have a lot of respect to the gender sensitization and trainings that are given to the institute. But there's only one thing that works on board, is that you are your backup. On the ship, you are your backup. I had a chief engineer who was 60 years old and he hated my guts. I wrote a book about it. You have to turn agony into success, Success will come with a lot of trade-offs. A lot of times sensitization means that, making it so conducive, it will not happen. There are certain needs of the trade. For example, I have opened purifier bowl rings even on the second days of my periods. I have to do. What if my ship was sinking? So women really need to work on their core. If you're strong in your core, men don't have a problem with that. I feel that men actually value competence a lot. So if you know your job, if you can make people feel human beings, if you will value them, if you respect them, you don't have to do anything out of the box to make them come under your umbrella of leadership. See, it's just so simple. At the end of the day, everyone knows who's in charge. Very simple.
Thank you so much, Nyari, for this. Any other questions from the audience for our panelists? I know everybody is waiting for the session to get over so that they can have their tea. But it's a fact, it's been a long day for everyone.
Are we that boring?
I'm sure not. But
maybe we can get the tea inside and we continue.
No, but I think I think definitely we'll continue the Chai Pe Charcha. But just to conclude, firstly, I would like to thank our panelists for taking the time out and having this engaging conversation. Saleha, Captain Pradhan, Captain Shaukar. We've spoken a lot about change in mindset. It's not a one-time task. It's a long journey. While we all continue to strengthen our process to make training robust so that we can have an organic shift in seafarers' mindset, I urge you all to be the advocate for this change. We all are the brand ambassador for inclusivity on board as well as ashore. The publicity, what we do individually when we talk, everybody's listening. So let's not wait for a panel discussion or a conference, but use your daily interactions to promote this awesome industry. And today, only the bold and courageous women or other seafarers, bold and courageous
seafarers are applying. Let us make this profession top 5 so that the students, when they pass out, they will choose something merchant navy because it's amongst the top 5. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Gurleen, and thank you to all our panelists. Thank you for this interactive discussion into the realm of training for inclusivity among maritime professionals. May I request Captain Tushar Pradhan and Salaya to come up on the stage for the felicitation. Ms. Gurleen Kaur. Dr. Dipti Mankar. Ms. Parmita Rasal. Miss Nyari Naik. Captain Dr. Ashutosh Kapankar. Mr. Manish Pradhan. May we have a group photo, please? Thank you. We now have the felicitation of Outstanding Personality of MUI Women's Wing. May I request everyone to please be seated. Outstanding Personality of MUI Women's Wing is an award given to ladies of the Maritime Union of India Women's Wing who are distinguished individuals in their respective fields. It is an honor to have them with us and recognize their achievements. May I request Captain Pradhan to give the mementos to the ladies. We have Mrs. Pratibha Pandey, Mrs. Pratibha Pandey, instrumental in starting Pentagon Maritime Training and Research Institute, where she is actively participating in various administrative matters and teaching subjects like refining and carriage of petrochemical substance, energy conservation, anti-pollution measures, importance of cleaning and hygiene in day-to-day life on board ships, family well-being of seafarers, financial and social responsibilities of seafarers, and how to move the children from being away from the family. Mrs. Pratibha Pandey had formally started a charitable trust over a decade named Pratibha Nalin Gramin Mahila Vikas Charitable Trust for the well-being of ladies, promoting education among rural girls, and empowering them with financial inclusiveness. She was instrumental in opening of some of the branches of Grameen banks in North Bihar with active support from Chairman and his team of the various rural banks affiliated mainly with UCO Bank, Punjab National Bank and State Bank of India, and was very helpful during the demonetization in 2017. She has helped people in getting treatment for cancer at Tata Memorial Hospitals. This was duly recognized by London-based NGO in the year 2015 and also by Maritime magazine Marix, and also felicitated in Delhi. Other private NGOs and government of Bihar did the same. Give a round of applause for Mrs. Pratibha Pandey. Our next personality of MUI WW, that is the MUI Women's Wing, Mrs. Lata Khatri. Mrs. Lata Khatri is a homemaker and a professional with a positive attitude and zest for life. She is happily married to Captain Harish Khatri for the past 40 years, blessed with 2 sons, both seafarers. Mrs. Khatri did her graduation and post-graduation from Miranda House, Delhi, and completed her MBA post-marriage. For her, seafaring began ever since she got married way back in 1984. She probably has sufficient sea time to appear for maid's examination. Her foray into formal maritime education began about 13 years back when she started teaching soft skills and management subjects to the MEO Class 1 and revalidation classes for chief engineers. Presently, she is most sought after trainer for the VICT course Training of Trainers. She holds interactive sessions on gender sensitivity, conflict management at sea, etc. She is focused on impressing young minds about the need to balance IQ and EQ, both on board ships and in personal dealings. Additionally, she also conducts workshops and management classes for the Chartered Accountants of India and the Company Secretaries of India, Navi Mumbai. Please give a big round of applause to our ever-ravishing and elegant Mrs. Lata Khatri. NYK line. Pradnya Prakash Gevat has a BTech in Electrical Engineering from Mumbai University. She embarked on a career in the maritime industry starting at the Shipping Corporation of India. She was part of the pioneering ETO batch at NTI SCI Powai, where out of 40 candidates, only 5 were girls. Proudly, she ranked among the top 10 nationwide. From trainee to senior ETO on SCI's tanker vessels, she has accomplished her role in various tasks on board. She got an opportunity to work with one of the classification societies, Bureau Veritas, as technical officer during her short tenure, and now she is honored to be the first Indian lady ETO serving on NYK Line's tanker fleet. In her journey, Sea Life has taught her invaluable lessons of freedom and growth, transcending gender barriers. Please give a round of applause to Pradnya. As we approach towards the end of today's event, I invite Mrs. Bharti Bhandarkar of Bhandarkar Publications to give a vote of thanks. Last but not the least, thank you for being such a wonderful audience today. A round of applause for our General Secretary, Captain Tushar Pradhan, and the LUR Women's Day Head Coordinator, Saleha Sheikh, for their leadership in seeing this event happen. May I request Mrs. Bharti Bhandarkar up on the stage?
Ladies and gentlemen, so we conclude this enriching, inspiring and enlightening program, marking the extended celebration of the International Day for Women in Maritime 2024. Being observed under this year's overreaching theme, Safe Horizons, Women Shaping the Future of Maritime Safety. I, Bharti Bhandarkar, member of MUI Women Wing, extend our deepest gratitude to Sam Jagannathan Ji, Director General of Shipping, for his motivational address. Sri Deepak Shetty Sir, retired advisor, Maritime MSA, and sharing invaluable views. Additionally, we thank H.K. Joshi, the Iron Lady of Shipping, for her worldly wise advice to aspirants, for all those being the torchbearer of the industry. Mr. Manish Kumar, Deputy Director General of Shipping, for sharing the initiatives of DG Shipping. It is my honor to extend a heartfelt gratitude to all who contributed to the success of this event organized by Maritime Women of India. The series of programs lined up are truly showcase the remarkable contribution and the potential of women in maritime industry. The engaging discussion and the presentation provided us valuable insights and inspirations. Our first session, titled Anchored the Strength, the Feminine Odyssey, adopted Chai Pe Charcha format, came to a warm and candid tone, exploring the journey of the leading ladies in the industry. This was followed by a powerful panel discussion, the role of mentorship, highlighting the incredible impact of women in our field. We also dwelled into the crucial topic of supporting women seafarers at sea, addressing the unique challenges and opportunities faced by women working in the front line of the maritime operations. Another significant discussion focused synergizing seafarers training with inclusive maritime excellency, emphasizing the importance of comprehensive and inclusive training programs. In addition to this enriching discussion, we had the privilege of felicitating distinguished personalities of the NUI wing, recognizing their dedication and contribution to our industry. Hearty congratulations to the winners and path breakers of the industry. Celebrating the feminine energy in our industry has followed us to acknowledge the unique strength and perspective of women bringing in the industry. We have emphasized the crucial role of mentorship in empowering and uplifting women, fostering a culture of support and growth, addressing a specific need and challenges for women as she ensures their well-being and success. To all our esteemed speakers, panelists, participants, thank you for sharing your knowledge, experience and insight. Your contribution has made this event a profound success. As you all witness the success of NUI wing meticulous planning and execution, we thank Captain Tushar Pradhan, General Secretary NUI, Ms. Salya Sheikh, the founder of NUI wing, and her team, Ms. Oru, Mr. Bareja, Mr. Bala, and Mr. Sudhir Pagarkar, and our dear Dr. Pugarji, for making this event as seamless and impactful. The event was truly one of its kind, bringing together the women and industry representatives of all ages and levels of experience, from aspirants, from newbies to the seasoned professionals. Everyone shared their unique perspectives, creating a rich and diverse dialogue enriched us all. Lastly, to all the attendees, thank you all for your participation and engagement. Your presence and active involvement is what made this event more meaningful and impactful. Let us support the work together, supporting, empowering each other as we navigate the most inclusive and prosperous future in Maritime. Thank you all for attending and actively participating in this event. May I request Captain Tushar Pradhan to address the audience.
Good evening, everyone. It's time to pull the curtains down now, but not until we have high tea outside. As soon as we finish off the last rituals, we still have some bouquets to be handed over. Thank you, Bharati Madam, for coming in and giving the vote of thanks. It was very sweet of you. To the lovely audience today, who have been very patient, they have come in numbers. When this thought process came to our mind, we thought we would have about 100 members coming in all. But seeing the overwhelming response that we started getting in the registrations, though it started rolling in late, it felt bad at times when we had to finally, a day before, stop the registration. But what was the most overwhelming for us was, even if though the registration process was stopped, Captain Shaukat Mukherjee and Madam Salya Sheikh, and to some extent myself, we kept on getting calls and messages via WhatsApp saying that we want to come in and is it permitted. We opened the doors and our hearts to them. We didn't want anybody to stay back. This, in my perception, is being inclusive. We want everybody to gather, not only for the training, or not only for the companies for their own interest, but we want for the entire industry, all of us to be inclusive. Come together, work together, come up with your ideas. Let's be, this is an entire unit, or what we call as diversity. Different minds, different thoughts, different processes. We all can add in a lot of flavor and take India to where we have never been. Let's fulfill the dreams of this Director General of Shipping, who actually wants to see a 20% growth by 2030. Let's make it happen. team in my office have done an excellent job. I'm thankful and I apologize in particular to Mr. Hormuz Barucha, who took the initiative of forwarding all the emails one by one on a single address. It wasn't that we wanted to put it as a CC, because it's a personal invitation from MUI to each delegate, to each member, whether they are members or non-members. And we made it happen. Thank you, Barucha, for your wonderful support. That does not mean my other teammates did not support. They were equally backing me up. It took all the load. And the flavor for me was, we have two delegates from the ITF, Miko Brown and Ms. and Samaya, who have added this flavor by taking the day off and attending this event. Special thanks to Saleh Sheikh, who is a founder member of MUO Wing, Captain Shaukat Mukherjee, for the value that he has added, for every effort he's put in. We've had a lot of tips with each other just to make sure that this is a success. I know I was a little rude with him. I used the strong arm tactics with him. I told him, if this fails, this is your last job with anyone. I'm very transparent, and I'm sure he will say that it was yes. But now I can say he's going to be with me again. So now the bottle of rum is from you to me, not me to you. Thank you, Baru, for your wonderful support. You did a wonderful anchoring job. And I would now leave it to them. And thank you for all of you for coming down. Stay here. It's almost what? Close to 5? Yes. Close to 5 o'clock, and we still have almost a full house. I don't think we have seen it before. And we want this to happen year on and with everyone, just not me, because then I'm trying to be selfish. Now when I've said it's inclusive, every event, let's be in numbers. And let's be there in the end. Thank you very much once again for all the beautiful ladies and the very smart men and all my boys, trainees, and I wish you the brightest of bright future. Thank you all in all. Thank you.
Call upon Captain Pradhan to felicitate Mrs. Bharti Kandarkar for her vote of thanks. May I call upon Paul, please come on stage to accept the argument. May I call upon Mr. Nagendra Rao, President MUI, to come up on stage.
this is our president, Mr. Nagendra Rao, and this is for all his support and also the support from our all executive committee which made this function a success. Thank you.
Gentlemen, ladies, before we wind up, and I would like to namaskar and thank everyone for giving us the opportunity to do this event. It's been a hilarious, it's been a magnanimous, it's been a lot of laugh ride when we work together and we have lots of fun. And if you can look at your watches nowadays, if you look at your watch in the morning, one of our mantra, one of our values is that we value your time. We always start in time, we always finish in time. So if you see the agenda is 5 o'clock now, we finish at 5 o'clock, we start at 10 o'clock. So thank you very much, and it's been a lovely day. Before we end this, I would like to thank our team, the Naval Connection events team, Anjali, Shreya, Pratham, Shivam, and Sagar. If you can come up, please. I just want to thank my team. Without them, Naval Connection events wouldn't have been able to set up any event, no matter how large it is, how small it is. Yeah, please. So a big round of applause to my team, the working day in and day out, night after night for the last couple of months for this. Thank you, Anjali, Shreya, Pratham, Shivam, and Sagar. So thank you, Salya, and thank you, sir, for giving us the opportunity. Thank you.